Good evening, everybody. I should be live. Let's just take a quick look and see all the stats. Yes, so we have the right name, the right game, and quality settings. So, uh, excuse me. I am glad that I still managed to start in the window. Hello, Algrins. But I do apologize for not being here at 7 sharp. I went out. I had to get a book, first of all. And whether or not it was the right decision to walk the whole way or not, I don't know. I definitely feel very tired. So I figured this might be a fun detail. The total amount that I walked today is 17.39 kilometers. So a little bit of a stroll. um, I've actually been pretty good in terms of getting like a good walk in, but maybe a little bit too much. I'm starting to kind of feel it. I am not training for a marathon. Actually, I don't run that much. I suspect probably I would get exactly 4 meters before being winded. But anyways, I wanted to do a little bit of an introduction for this game because this is something. I'll be honest with you. I'm actually not sure whether or not this is going to work. There may have been a reason why I was given this early, and I'm about to find out how badly I've messed it all up. Um, so I got an email for Against the Storm a few weeks ago, actually, and it's a game that's published by Hooded Horse. By the way, I am getting overloaded. Um, I'm getting an overload warning on OBS, so if there are any problems with the quality, please let me know, and I'll try and fix them. I think we should be okay, but um, I always kind of want to take those warnings seriously. Anyways, Hooded Horse is definitely a publisher where if something is showing up in my email from them, I am absolutely going to pay attention. And it looks like we've been able to make, right now, we've been able to um, cover pretty much all of it. The one regret I have is clan folk, which is actually something I think people would like to see. I don't know whether or not I'd be able to do it well, um, but it just so happens that clan folk kind of came up at a time when I was already committed to doing a number of things. And so that's really the only one that this publisher has released that we haven't been able to cover and cover it, reasonably well. There are certainly some games that I would like to do more. So, for instance, I'd still love to do a lot of. I'd really love to do a lot more old world, Terra Invicta. I enjoy a lot, and I'm looking forward to, you know, I'm looking forward to covering more of that as early as Monday. Probably of the unreleased stuff that I'm most looking forward to, SBocracy is probably the one that I'm most interested in. But again, as I've sort of said before, Terra Invicta is not Terra Invicta. Hooded Horse seemed to be a really interesting publisher. I always feel bad saying this because there's a lot of hard work that's kind of gone into these sorts of surprises, for lack of a better term, and it's what it really is more of a reflection of where my attention was as opposed to necessarily was going in. But it kind of feels like this publisher sort of came out of nowhere and made a number of deals, and otherwise, has helped bring to market a number of really interesting strategy games. They're certainly not just focused on sort of strategy and RPG, but certainly a lot of the stuff that they've been releasing has gotten has gotten quite a bit of attention along those lines. So I first found out about them because of the relationship with Terra Invicta, although I certainly took notice when Old World was attached to them as well. I believe they're responsible for bringing Old World to Steam, because I think I don't know. It'd be interesting to hear the whole story about this, but if I recall correctly, Old World was originally going to be published by Starbreeze, and Starbreeze, I don't know if it ever officially went bankrupt, but definitely they had to do some pretty fancy financial footwork. Now, this was back when Old World was called 10 Crowns, but in any case, it wound up being It wound up becoming an Epic exclusive, and I believe one of the reasons for that was that Epic sort of um, allowed Mohawk Games to basically buy back Old World or 10 Crowns. How you doing, Vanguard Master? So that does sort of invite the question, how do you move it elsewhere? So, I don't know the full story behind this. It would be interesting to know whether or not Epic was sort of the shadow publisher of Old World, or if there was something else going on in the background. Won't be sticking around long. It's your parents' anniversary, but I figured to drop by. Well, thank you very much, Vanguard Master. I hope you have a good evening, and congratulations to your parents. I'm sure they will be incredibly honored to have received the attention from an anonymous streamer. But I appreciate you stopping by and saying hello, nonetheless. But yeah, so I mean, again, I'm speculating here in terms of the relationship with Epic and Mohawk and Hooded Horse, but I did notice that once Hooded Horse was sort of attached to the project, that was when discussion about coming onto Steam came up. And of course, with the Steam release, there was Heroes of the Aegean as well. So they know of you as the guy who read over the GoFundMe in my practically family. Nice. Xenonauts 2, yes. Well, I don't believe Xenonauts 2 is out yet, but they are publishing that as well. I am glad though that people are actually checking out the publisher, because again, to me, it's a like I said, it's an interesting publisher. Like I said, I found out about them because they seemed to be attached to a number of very interesting strategy games that I was interested in. But they continue to be announcing new and interesting things. So, Against the Storm is one. Now, actually, I apparently was mistaken. I was under the impression that Against the Storm was released today, but it's actually released November 1st. So this is an early look. So if you don't mind, I checked this before, and really I shouldn't be checking this on the stream, but I am slightly nervous just because I see the thing hasn't been released yet. I would actually like to take a minute here and double check that the embargo is properly down. I read 28th, but it's better to double check this before I actually bring up the game. And I do normally check this pretty carefully, but because there's new information here for me, I want to just double check. Yeah, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, Friday, October 28th. Obviously, I check this stuff ahead of time. Oh, there we go. That was the first part of the... I always look for the bold letters, so it says, will be releasing on Steam November 1st. So my apologies. I was under the impression that this game was available. It turns out that it will be available in a couple of days. So, extra thank you to Hooded Horse for giving me a little bit of a preview for the... Well, they gave me a long preview for the game, but I wanted to try something different here, which... Again, I will get to as soon as I stop babbling on. But again, I wanted to just take a minute here. Like I said, the Hooded Horse is a publisher that's been putting out a lot of things that I think are very interesting, and they're certainly up my alley. So a couple of other examples of games which are listed under their upcoming releases on Steam that caught my attention. Alliance of Sacred Sons. So this is the thing that made me a little worried about Against the Storm. Which was Jabba. Heyo just came in to say that I'm enjoying my new descent in Cultist Sim. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Jabba. I'm delighted that people are excited for the new playthrough, because to me, I always sort of feel like I've done it all before, and that people are just being nice by watching. But it does actually make me feel really good that people are. It does make me feel really good that people are still interested in this stuff, because. Again, I don't want to imply that I'm tired of Cultist Simulator, but I've been with the game since its alpha, so that's a long time to be doing the same game, and I need to appreciate that people have an attachment to that game that's not the product of having played and streamed it for several years. And so sometimes what I think is old hat is actually new for people, or at the very least something that's still interesting. So thank you for that. But yeah, some of the stuff coming up for Hooded Horse. So Against the Storm, November 1st. Alliance of Sacred Suns looks interesting. That's listed as a sci-fi grand strategy RPG. So a couple of ones that I haven't heard of. So The Way of Wrath. So I'm interested here. So it says, forge your path as a Bronze Age tribal chieftain in this epic strategy RPG. I always think the Bronze Age is actually underutilized as a setting for a lot of games. So usually mentioning Bronze Age is already enough to get me paying attention. I haven't seen Way of Wrath or Fragile Existence or Heart of the Machine. I'd heard of Mars Tactics, but I didn't know that much about it other than it being about, I think, a rebellion on Mars. Espiocracy is probably the one that's like at the top. Now that Terra Invicta is out in early access, Espiocracy is probably the one that's at the top of my, I'm very interested in where this goes. Falling Frontier was one that I caught the attention of. I've heard a lot of people talking about how interested they are in Manor Lords. I think that recently had a demo for one of the Steam events. And then Capital Command, Fata Deum, Sons of Valhalla, and of course we talked about Xenonauts 2 was were the on the upcoming list. So, like I said, it's definitely a publisher that really seems to have a very clear idea about what kind of game they want to, help bring out. They have an idea in terms of what a Hooded Horse game is, and it just happens to be very closely aligned with the sorts of games that I'm really interested in and want to share. So, like I said, I'm very grateful that I've been given an early look. It is, of course, one of the reasons why I'm taking the time to sort of repeat that over and over is as the number of people come in. I also want to just let people know that I am playing a copy of the game that I was given for promotional purposes. But like I said, I was given this key came in quite a bit earlier. And what interested me, I first found out about Against the Storm from following Chomsky, Fernando Rizzo, on Twitter. And they spoke very highly of it. And it's just another one of these ones where, from a few interesting tweeters who I've been following, they all were sort of saying, yeah, Against the Storm, looks really good. So I was, I was interested for sure. Like, this is one of the ways that I've usually been able to find some of the games that wind up being favorites. People wind up talking about stuff. You hear things through the grapevine. Sometimes it's people who've been to some kind of a demo or some kind of exhibition. So when I first found out about Disco Elysium, that was probably 2 years before it was released. And like a bunch of people from the UK were all talking about just how cool this thing was and how much they were looking forward to it. And I was kind of noticing this with Against the Storm. Not in the sense that it's an RPG or anything like that, but just it's kind of similar whispers. So even though I got a nice long runway to take a look at it, I'm trying something new here in the sense that I'm sort of taking the wrapper off. The only thing I've really done here was make sure that I'm able to run it on stream. And again, I appreciate I've spent about 15 minutes sort of building this all up. So I know that this will run on OBS, and I know it's some variation on a city builder, and that's about it. So without further ado, let's load this up. So I also talked a lot about Hooded Horse, but it's Eremite Games who is the developer, because publishers and developers are two different things. Okay, mine's it looks like the early access message didn't come up. Okay, well that's fine. I can still read the news, and then I can... Oh no, here we go. What's new? Early access. Greetings, Viceroy. Welcome to the early access of Against the Storm. This game is still in active development, so you can expect regular updates with new content. We listed the upcoming features on the roadmap, but you can also request new ones via our request tool. Occasionally, you may encounter bugs or other issues. Please report them via the in-game reporter, F11, or share your feedback on our Discord. Thank you for embarking on this exciting expedition with us. Mines update. Delve into the reworked mines and invest resources to reach their deepest levels. Mines can now be upgraded and ore deposits are depletable. We also present numerous fixes, UX improvements, and balance changes. Haunted Ruins update. Discover new events hidden in the forest. Strike a shady deal with the trickster and rebuild Haunted Ruins to gain access to more powerful versions of buildings. This update also brings numerous UI improvements, refreshed resource node models, and new farming animations. Achievements update. Earn achievements, complete new deeds, and face the improved orders balance. We also added an option to prioritize recipes and select multiple ingredients for each recipe. Ancient Hearth update. I should see how many of these updates, because it seems like there's been a bunch of development for this game prior to it arriving on Steam, which would make sense, right? Because there's a reason why people have been talking about this ahead of time, but... we introduced the new hearth design, recipe limit saving, the new forest mysteries, ethereal cornerstones, and further improvements to the tutorial. Constructing new hearths now requires wildfire essence, can be acquired from orders, glade events, or traders. We also replaced 90+ icons. Cursed Battlefield update. Discover the gruesome mysteries of the cursed royal woodlands and play around with a new cornerstone balance. Find restless spirits in the forest, fulfill their requests, and collect valuable rewards. But beware, the forest has reshaped itself, and the glades are even deadlier than before. Going into lurk mode, Dota 2 TI starts in 4 hours. You want to catch some Z's before it starts. Have fun, everybody. Thank you very much, Java. Let me know how TI goes, because I have not followed Dota for a while. But a pleasure to have you hang out as well. By the way, you may be interested, so why am I taking the time to read the updates before playing the game? One of the things I remember from Cultist Simulator was I was on the verge of not being able to complete the Priest run until I checked the news updates, and it gave me a bit of an indication in terms of where I might want to go to solve the last, arguably most difficult puzzle. So I've kind of learned, and the other thing too is this is my chance to sort of get an idea about what the game is about, right? What are they advertising here? Stormbird update. Discover a new glade event. Leverage the revamped sacrifice mechanic in the hearth and learn from the new world map tutorial. We also introduced numerous UI and UX improvements, balance changes, and deeds designed specifically for new players. Quality of life update 3. Okay, I'm just going to take a second here. Looks like this is a full... Yeah, this is a full list back to 10, so I'm not going to spend too much more time on this. I do want to check out the roadmap, though. So... 5th playable species, metal and mining, branch evolution, new buildings, new decorations, tutorial improvements, new glade events, blight rot system evolution, new modifiers, new system, UI UX improvements, Scarlet Orchard, unique biome mechanic, new perks, new orders, Twitch integration. Oh, that's interesting. Community requested features. This roadmap is not exhaustive and subject to change based on various factors. So we will see whether or not we have anything to contribute to the community requested features. I'm certainly going to be very interested to see the Twitch integration, but I've put it off long enough. Let's hit the play button and hope the tutorial is as good as it promises. The Smoldering City is the only safe haven in the known world. It was built on ancient... Never mind. Use WASD or the mouse to move the camera. Neglecting your village will increase the queen's impatience and bring her wrath upon you. Fulfilling your duties will increase the town's reputation, unlock new buildings, and eventually bring you to victory. Now pick a new blueprint. Click on the crown icon below. Each expedition starts with only a few essential blueprints. More will be given to you as you gain reputation points. Now pick the woodcutter's camp. Some reputation points you gain will allow you to select a new building blueprint. You can unlock new blueprints by spying upgrades in the Smoldering City with resources acquired for completing settlements. Okay, if you can just give me a quick second here, I actually need to step away from the keys for one moment, and I'm actually going to take that moment to also get my... I just want to get a glass of water so I don't have to spend too much time away from the monitor in future moments. So I know it's been 15 minutes just to have me get a glass of water. I will be back hopefully within 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, sorry about that. I hope I'm a little bit more together. I'm noticing after finally just sitting down after a like just a big day, I'm kind of like ready to just lie down and go to sleep. But I wonder if that 60 is the frame rate. Kind of would have hoped for 144 for me, but I know that's only going to affect. I know that's only going to affect the. That's going to affect me. The stream is going to be at 60, but I actually still have a bunch of stuff that I need to do after the stream tonight. So, woodcutters camp, starting point for woodcutters going out into the wild to cut down trees. Press space to resume. Build a woodcutters camp and explore the forest. You have to keep the fire going at all times. Okay. Winning and losing. In Against the Storm, you build not one, but many settlements. To successfully establish a town, and therefore win a run, you need to collect enough reputation points to fill up the entire reputation bar, blue. It's important to do this before the Queen's impatience, red, reaches its maximum. If the Queen loses her patience, you fail. You will also lose when all of your villagers leave or die. Okay, so, how do I build? Okay, objective, starting point for woodcutters going out into the wild to cut down trees, produce 10 wood in the building, woodcutters camp. We get new beavers, 3 beavers will join the settlement, reinforced axes, wood cutting is way easier, woodcutters camp's production is 40% quicker, and we gain a reputation. Okay. There we go. So you can press R to rotate. So I'm going to assume that the red arrow here is an entry point. So just from reason, I'm going to say that we'd want to cover as many trees as possible. And because I'm putting 2 down, I'm going to sort of have them at opposite ends. Nope, that's covering something it shouldn't. Okay, looks like that's as good as I'm going to get. There's a bit of overlap, but nothing to get too upset about. So it also looked like when I clicked on that, or no, sorry, there was a book. Where was that book? I was just thinking it might tell us a little bit more about... Can't be the Atlas. Oh, yeah. Well, it does say we're in the tutorial, so... No workers. No workers assigned to this building. Starting point for woodcutters going out to the wild to cut down trees. Okay. So this is maybe workers? Okay. So we've got humans, an adaptable species but very susceptible to the rain. Humans are adept at farming and really enjoy brewing. Beavers. Beavers are hardworking and honest but also quite demanding. They are gifted woodworkers and enjoy engineering. Lizards. Lizards are a very resilient and distrustful species. They are very good with animals and meat production and prefer to work in warm environments due to their cold-blooded nature. Okay, well, let's start by... Assign more woodcutters. To survive, the village needs a constant supply of wood. Assign at least 4 workers to your woodcutters camps. So I'll start with the humans for now. Although, hopefully we get the beavers from the... hopefully we get the beavers from the of the event. Hostility of the forest. There's a lot of really interesting implications here. Okay, we'll deliver. Mark trees for harvest. To cut through the forest and reach the glades faster, mark trees for harvest. Click the axe icon in the lower right of the screen and drag a cursor over the trees. Oh, that's a neat idea. So, like, we can't go... I'm guessing the idea here is that we can't go any further. We've got sort of these shaded out areas. And so we're, like... I'm going to make the comparison to Civ here. Like, one of the things I really like about Civ 6 was, like, Civ 6, there's this map that you get. So there's the Fog of War, but instead of it being sort of gray and foggy like this, you have sort of the old maps with a bunch of, you know, mythic creatures on it. And so being able to... Like, so part of the fun of that, right, is to kind of go into Terra Incognita and see what's going on. Whereas this one really is, you know, you're going into the deep dark wood, you're trying to see what's going on, and sort of unpacking, not unpacking, but like seeing what else is out there. I like this idea. So, anyways. Cut through the forest and reach the glades faster. Mark trees for harvest. Click the axe icon in the lower right corner of the screen and drag over the trees. We'll do that in a minute, but I want to read the other two tooltips. You can pick a new blueprint as a reward for some acquired reputation points. Click the pulsing number on the reputation bar in the lower part of the screen. And then finally, exploration. Excuse me. Although you're almost entirely surrounded by a thick forest, there are smaller and bigger glades around your starting location. To establish a successful settlement, you have to cut your way through to them. Glades can contain resources, treasures, fertile soil, ruined buildings, and more. Use the tree marking tool, the axe icons in the lower right section of the screen, to point your woodcutters to specific areas of the forest that they should prioritize. The best rewards come from dangerous or forbidden glades, marked with a skull icon, but these always have at least one dangerous glade event in them, which will require you to deliver certain goods or complete a challenge to solve them. So this is interesting. So like you'd kind of assume when you see something spooky like that, it's like, oh, this is gonna be a fight, and I don't know combat yet. I think I am going to unlock a couple of the smaller ones first, and this is just so I can get a little bit of a feel for what's going on. Also, I want to replace the humans with beavers. What else do we have here? Exploring the wild. So cut through the forest and discover 2 glades. Assign 5 beavers to woodcutters. We've done that. We get 3 new humans, 30 meat, and more reputation. And then we can take a look at our blueprints. Your renown grows. You can now pick one of the available blueprints that the Queen offers you. Shelter can accommodate any villager, but won't satisfy the need for species-specific housing. Has to be built near a hearth. Number of places 3. I'm not quite sure what number of places means, but it could just be that that's the number of tiles that takes up. No, because that takes up 4. So I guess the question I have is, I can understand in a city builder building shelter is usually a good idea, but it's maybe not entirely clear to me why I need to build these yet. So I'm going to wait for the game to give me some tooltips on this. I think what I'll do is I'll start with mark trees for harvesting. Use when trying to carve a path nearby glades. Hold shift for a smaller marker. Hold alt to exclude trees on the edges of glades. And then clear marked trees. Well, let's just try that one. Ah, neat. Okay. So we'll clear those. Well, that gives me the 2, I suppose. We will try the dangerous glade, but I want to see what the first ones are like first. Starbird nests. Deposit. Okay, so gathered via the scavenger's camp, which we don't have. An abandoned nest. Let's hope the owner doesn't come back. Okay, so neither of these are rewards that I can collect on my own. But I do feel like I'm getting a bit of an idea in terms of what the priorities are for the game here. In fact, what I'll do, I'll just sort of prep some expansion to some other glades. I guess I can do something like that too. Too many trees marked. Forest exploration is essential, and marking too many areas can slow you down. Use the axe icon with the minus sign in the lower right of the screen to unselect marked trees. So I'm curious if it's forcing me to do that. Oh, interesting. So they just gave up on that. I guess the kind of golden color means that that's the one that's being worked on. Well, that's fine. Again, I don't necessarily mind. I don't necessarily mind having people dedicated to one glade. This is a bigger glade, so that's, I guess, nice for us. Maybe what I'll do is highlight this and then this. Too soon for dangerous glades. Your settlement is not prepared for threats found in the dangerous glades. Unmark the trees leading to the dangerous glade and follow your orders for now. I'm sorry. Something happened. Clearance year 1. Oh, next storm in 407. Okay, so there's seasons. I'm not quite sure what that does for us, but I'm curious if there's something I can learn about the shelter. So can accommodate any villager, but won't satisfy the need for speed. So like, there's a side of me that says, well, why don't we just like stick one of these things down and see what happens? But I am kind of wanting to follow the tutorial as written. Just because I have a feeling it will probably tell me what shelter is for when the time comes. And if it doesn't, I mean, I always have the option of the shelter, but I don't know, I kind of feel like, excuse me, I feel like running into a problem and then being able to solve it with a shelter will probably help me understand the game a little bit better. There's a few extraneous removals here. This probably gets me where I need to go. Now, I am curious if just the natural harvesting is actually going to extend the range as well. Because if you notice, I did try to put this right up to the edge of the forest, and it seems like they're just naturally pulling those edges back anyway. All right, so clay deposit, flax field, and a small abandoned cache. Glade events. Okay. Glade events are objects found in the forest, like abandoned caches, survivor camps, ruins, wild beasts, etc. Some of them are positive, offering goods or new villagers for a small resource investment. Others are dangerous, forcing you to act quickly to avoid negative consequences, but also giving you generous rewards for solving them. Once you select a Glade event, the event panel will show up. There you will find a few different sections: effects, worker slots, requirements, and rewards. The effect section shows you the possible negative consequences of the event and how much time you have before they occur. To solve an event, you need to assign workers to it. Select one of 2 reward options and select Investigate. Some events simply require you to deliver goods. Others have something called a working effect. Working effects are special conditions that activate once you give the order to investigate an event, like a resolve penalty, slow debuff, etc. Your goal is to survive these conditions for a set amount of time. After an event is solved, the workers will bring back the rewards to your storage, and no negative consequences will trigger. So that's interesting. So it seems like there isn't an event for every... how do I put this? It seems like the first Glade that we opened didn't have an event. So I suppose the implication is that... oh yeah, so it says objects found in the forest. So presumably this is the Glade event. So small abandoned cache. An abandoned cache of goods. This could be a lost shipment or something much more valuable. So it requires tools, which we don't have. Certainly doesn't suggest that we do. So we can keep the goods. We get machinery and meat, or we send to the Citadel. We gain additional Queen's Grace and Amber.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, opening or getting simple tools seems to me to be a high priority here. Your renown grows. You can now pick one of the available blueprints that the Queen offers you. So we've got a Forager's Camp, starting point for foragers going out into the wild to gather vegetables, grain, and insects. I believe that is useful for what we found here. Trapper's Camp. Nope, Scavengers. Okay, so Forager's Camp is a different thing. And we've got a flax field. So that's for a harvester's camp. Okay, well, let's think. Definitely will keep my woodsman busy. Newcomers, these people have been sent here by the Crown. Which group do you want to stay, Viceroy? The others will continue on to the next settlement. Okay, so there's 2 things that I want to keep an eye on here. One of them would be, you know, what I find useful. So for instance, I've employed a lot of beavers because they're very good woodsmen, but it's unlikely that I'm going to be employing those in future. So then the next thing that I would want to keep in mind, and this is a little bit like Industries of Titan, what is the reward, like the associated goods that come with it? So humans I get no matter what. So as far as characters are concerned, it's a question of do I want beavers or more lizard people? Now the lizard people I actually already have a number of. So then the question would be, well, do I find it more useful to have grain? Or is it more useful to me to have a combination of sort of vegetables, leather, and stone? In this case here, I think probably the variety helps me out. We still don't have an answer as far as the tools are concerned, though. So food supplies. So we need to build a forager's camp no matter what. We need 5 vegetables in the forager's camp. So the one thing that worries me a little bit is I'm not entirely sure that we've found something that we should kind of use for the foragers camp. There is one other concern that I have, and this is, so I'm noticing the only gold marker right now, so it coincides with the range for a woodcutter's camp, so I'm slightly curious whether or not this section, or this section's actually going to be worked. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for them to clear out to this glade. If it seems like they're not actually making any kind of progress, then what I should probably... Well, there's two things I should do, which is, number one, I should probably demolish this woodcutter's camp, because that's not really doing anything for me anymore. And then I should probably consider, you know, woodcutter's camp here, and then, of course, one up in the corner here to be able to access all the other glades. But again, we'll see... It's also fair to say that as far as glades are concerned, there's only so many on the island, right? So we've got these here, and then we've got kind of a combination up here. So it may make sense to just kind of demolish the woodcutters' camps when the time comes. Again, sort of depends where it all goes. Oh, here we go. So we got a few things going on. Herbalist camp, a building destroyed by the storm. It can be rebuilt or salvaged. Okay, well, we definitely have wood. So we could rebuild it or we could salvage it. I'm definitely inclined towards salvaging. I think, what was it? I think they said beavers were good builders, weren't they? Engineering, farming, and enjoy brewing. Okay, so none of them are necessarily good builders. I am also noting here it says 7, 6, and 4 homeless, so 17 in terms of homelessness, and again, that's presumably because we haven't been built shelters, so maybe that's the reason why, but I have been kind of hoping for them to tell me... I've been kind of hoping for them to tell me that I need to build shelter. And we still don't have... Oh, no. I guess we finished? Yeah, because we've got our half reputation here. So again, just to reiterate, I'm going to wait to see what happens when these are chopped down. We've already got people who are working on the camp, so that's fine. But if it turns out that nobody's chopping down trees afterwards, I'm going to move this woodcutter's camp and probably move this one as well. But we'll see. I'm not as married to that. Okay, what's the story here? So humans are content, but the number's going down to 1, or is going down by 1. I'm assuming this probably has something to do with the lack of shelter. Rampage's storm stifles the spirit of all living creatures. An additional stack of this effect is added for each hostility level. -4 to global resolve. Alright, so we need some workers. We'll assign humans. Yeah, so definitely those numbers went down. I wonder if we get to see people walking away. It just kind of seems like they vanished. But it doesn't look like anybody's working on these tiles, so that gives me some other information that's useful. So let's go take our woodcutters camps, and if I can, get them as close to the places I want to clear out as possible. I suppose it doesn't matter too much where this other one goes. I should still probably move it in closer. So we'll start by building, and then we'll demolish the existing woodcutters camps. I don't see too much benefit in keeping. Maybe we'll keep one around just because it's good for like I'll have another one of the beavers occupied, but pick a cornerstone. No one can weather the storm alone. The Queen offers you a cornerstone that will lay the foundation for your town's prosperity. Choose wisely, as you won't be able to change it. So carpenter's tools, building materials are the foundation of every settlement. Production is 50% quicker in the building crude workstation or exploration contract. The Royal Academy wants a detailed map of the region and will supply anyone willing to help. Gain 20, presumably... 20 reed and 20 clay for every discovered glade. Interesting. I'm going to go for carpenter's tools, and this is just because there's only so many more glades that we can discover. Okay, we're out of beavers, so get rid of you. Add you. And we should just be able to... Oh wow, that happens right away. All right. I wonder if that's intentional, that because like when you think of city builders, right, you tend not to think that much about oh, hang on. This is resolve, so that's different from having the number of people present. That's quite different from what you would get for most city builders, I feel like, which tend to build very permanent structures. Anyways, so we found a clay deposit, which doesn't really do that much for me, I don't think. Obviously, I'm going to want to clear out this glade at some point, but... Let's see if we can find out more about what's going on. So again, we've got the foragers camp, but it's less clear what we want to use that for. The stuff that we can mouse over here. Oh, hang on. Broccoli patch. Oh, this is a helpful feature. So notice that it'll show you the resources that you can exploit. Nice. Okay. I probably should have been paying a little bit closer attention to that. Although we should still have some extra humans to work with that. For some reason I was under the impression that I needed to find something that the foragers camp could work with. That was clearly not true. So the one thing that I'm a little curious about for this tutorial is that we haven't really found a use for the lizardmen yet. Mind you, I have also been slow in terms of getting through this. So, small encampment. A destroyed camp in the wilderness. There are still some survivors in the area, so this will take vegetables. We can welcome in the new people, or we can send to the citadel. I feel like we can welcome new people. Usually when it comes to an economy-style game, I tend to like being able to grow the population. This is something that's kind of true for Canada in general, both in terms of the kind of the colonial period. So when the majority of kind of the Canadian, or the country that would become Canada, sorry, it's telling me orders already. When it was a French colony, there were heavier restrictions on the type of people who would show up. And this actually became a little... So there's a number of irritants between sort of the British and the French colonies, which ultimately turned into the 7 Years' War, or the French and Indian War, or the... what is it? The War of English conquest or something like that. There's a very, like, we don't like the English very much name for that in Quebec. But one thing that's always been true is that even though the British colonies had considerably less land, the population was much higher and remains much higher. So the United States has got a much, much larger population than Canada. And of course, if you want to... So there's a few different things that will go into an economy. So you can have lots of people, but if you don't have sort of the things for them to work, or indeed any jobs, that's not necessarily going to mean a lot of productivity. Sorry. That was the soundtrack. I thought I heard my cell phone alarm going off, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't think I set a timer. But yeah, so, you know, if you have a huge population and no tools or factories or, you know, things to do, that's not good, right? There's not a lot of economic activity. But on the other hand, you can have, you know, the most advanced factories in the world, but if you don't have a population to work it, again, you're not going to have as much economic activity as if you found a proper balance between the two. And so this remains a problem from Canada. Actually, there is a book by Matt Iglesias, which I think is called A Billion Americans, where he also advocates for a policy of sort of population growth in the United States, essentially as something of an economic argument for it to realize its full potential. But you know, again, whether this is specifically what the game is trying to model, or whether I'm sort of imposing some of those interests into the game here, this tends to be the reason why I will... this will tend to be the reason why I'm... why I go for population inside of these games. It's generally difficult to get people to come in, and I sort of feel like if I've got unemployment as a player, what I tend to do is... like, those are the verbs, right? Giving people jobs tend to be the sorts of things that you do in the game. And so as a result, if I have unemployment, that's an indicator to me that I need to be sort of... Like, for me, when I play a game like this, unemployment is usually what will drive some of my actions. So this is one of the reasons why I've been focusing so much on the lizards, because I haven't really found something for them to do yet. So Canada's population is based... Well, not... I don't know what you mean by all based. Like, there is... So both among the First Nations, so there are the Inuit, who have always remained in the north of Canada. And then there is quite a bit of natural resource extraction in the northern parts of Canada. And so to say that things are based there, it would be fair to say that those industries are based in the north. But a very large amount of Canada's population is located, you know, close to the border along the 49th parallel, for sure. And how are you doing, Takri? It's very good to see you. All right, orders are ready to complete. Complete orders to unlock unique rewards and unlock new blueprints with reputation points. Okay. Giant vegetables. Okay, so we've got a Stonecutter's Camp coming up next. Starting point for stonecutters going out into the wild to gather stone, clay, and sea marrow. So we definitely had a couple of clay deposits revealed. We get steel shovels, +1 to clay production, gain additional clay every yield. So I think right now a lot of this has been very focused on... excuse me. A lot of this has definitely been focused on telling me how to build some of these buildings. I'm assuming at some point we're going to learn how to use these as inputs to some kind of production. But for now, let's use our reputation to get a new building. Doing okay. Had fun. A fun, not quite a one-shot. Oh, nice. What did you wind up playing or doing? I suppose, because I know you also do art. Your renown grows. You can now pick one of the available blueprints that the Queen has offered you. So, Stonecutters Camp, starting point for Stonecutters, going out into the wild to gather stone, clay, and sea marrow. Okay. So, we have a few different clay deposits. These are the ones that we started off with. I guess because there's the most of it here, I'll start with that. Play D&D out characters. We're sent to a hunt. Oh, our characters were sent to a haunted house. Very nice. Was it like a specific horror setting, like Ravenloft, or was it? Yeah, sorry, my apology. I don't like deliberately pronouncing typos, but I thought it was like D&D out, and then I was like, no, that doesn't make sense. It's like out characters. Maybe that's a specialized term, and it was only after I'd sort of the words came out of my mouth. I'm like, wait, that was a typo. So my bad. Excuse me. Okay, let's deal with the event. We've got Stormbird Nest, Worm Tongue. Some of that's got to work with the foraging. Excuse me. And the small encampment. So, destroyed camp in the wilderness. There are still survivors in the area. So, we need vegetables, and we can bring in new people, or we can send to the Citadel. And again, I don't need to belabor the population point, but we're looking for the spirits of Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, and a clown. Nice. But not Pennywise, just a clown. Okay. So normally I would have put humans towards this, but I think we have used up all our humans. Okay, so we do have a forager's camp that we can use to pick these things up. I've never heard of Terrorizer, but it sounds like it was a good time. Okay, so there's really only one more glade for us to check. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to demolish this woodcutter's camp. We'll set up a woodcutter's camp. Well, actually, sorry, I guess there's a couple of locations. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to take advantage of this one and these, so maybe... Well, I don't need to make too big of a deal out of it. Let's go woodcutter's camp to... Oof, it's getting a little tight. Okay, we'll put down this woodcutter's camp here. I will demolish this eventually, and then what I'll probably do is set up a woodcutter's camp kind of deep into this area. Once in a while, you can welcome a new group of villagers. Don't let them wait too long. Ah, here we go. Okay, so we can get lots of bodies, or we can... Or no, sorry, a diverse set of bodies, or we can go... Okay. These people have been sent here by the Crown. Which group do you want to stay, Viceroy? The other will continue to the next settlement. So I'm more inclined towards the 2 human, 1 lizard combination. The reason for this is that I kind of... I mean, if I want, I can find more stuff for my beavers to do. But it seems to me that lately I have been using more humans for things. So in this case, probably a surplus of humans is the nice to have. I'll start. Oh yeah, no, we've got room for more. So I will add a couple just so we've got something for him to do. Orders are ready to complete. So I was completely out the lunch on the stone cutters. That was what are these? Tasty worm tongue. So I feel like that would be... I feel like this would be something for the lizards to handle. I mean, it is meat production, and I don't think the insects count as meat. But I'm not entirely sure the humans are particularly well equipped for this either. Okay, neither here nor there. We'll leave that aside. I'm gonna build a camp. Okay, there's a couple things I'm gonna do now. Decorations. Oh, neat. Okay, so one, I want to try and get a woodcutter's camp down that will get me access to these glades. So we'll start building that. That's going to mean I'm probably going to demolish this one and then just move all 3 beavers over there. And yeah, these beavers are going to take care of that on its own. Okay, let's turn in the stone. Harvester's camp. Starting point for harvesters going out into the wild to gather plant fiber or reeds. Okay. Your renown grows. You can now pick one of the available blueprints the Queen offers you. So let's think about where we want to put it. By far, my favorite feature of this so far has been the fact that they kind of direct you. So again, like I know on the map just because of these icons where I can get the stuff that I need. Ah, neat. Okay, no building materials. One or more building materials are missing to complete the construction. No parts left. Parts are required to build camps and expand the village, salvage unused camps, or venture into the wilds to acquire this rare resource. So I wonder if this is a consequence of me demolishing so many different buildings. Either way, we are going to be clearing out some glades, so we'll see. Oh, logistics. Every building has its internal storage, where produced and gathered goods are temporarily stored. When the initial storage reaches its limit, the goods in it are transported to the main storage by a worker. While transporting, it's important to keep in mind that villagers have a limited carry capacity, depending on their profession and active perks, so they might need to walk multiple times before between their workplace and the main storage. Every few minutes, workers take breaks and return to a nearby hearth to eat and rest. During a break, they consume at least one item of food and try to fulfill all their needs, clothing, services. If a villager has multiple needs tied to complex food, they will consume more than one meal. Goods kept in the building's internal storage are inaccessible to other villagers or production buildings and have to first be transported to the main storage before they can be further distributed and consumed. So this is an interesting question as far as... So I'll give you an example of where I think this is interesting. So let's get the beavers assigned to chopping wood. So they'll clear that out. So here it would tell me that we've got 1 eggs for wood. Oh, well, I guess I could say forced delivery. But I was just thinking, like, by destroying those different... by destroying these different buildings, I probably denied myself the, like the benefits from. I probably denied myself the benefits from those buildings. Anyways, so we've got a clay and a moss broccoli deposit, but we don't seem to have... Yeah. What we need for the camps. So this is our last hope before we move to the dangerous glade. Okay, so it says storage is empty, so what I'll do here is I'll actually cancel these jobs. Kind of curious what this fellow's doing. Okay. So in principle, by destroying this, we're not going to lose anything. Aha! So does this give me... Yes, now we have what we need for the harvester's camp. Cool. I'm learning. So it was the fact that we had surplus woodcutters that that was tripping us up. I do kind of like... So obviously I've had some... not complaints, but I've had some questions about how things are going, but I kind of like how... just through playing, a lot of this stuff seems to have been resolved. I'm particularly interested in highlighting this just because I've been trying a couple of more complicated strategy games lately, and I've actually been pretty dismayed that even though they have this high expectation in terms of like how deeply you're going to read the manual, and like it's a 200-300 page manual, there are questions that are very obvious to me, having read the manual and then looking at the game. Like the concept is not, despite the 300 pages, the concept is neither described in the manual nor the game itself. So for this game, there's a mining, like there's a mine, but there's also a trait for. Sorry, I'm just gonna pause for a second. So I'll do this for the purposes of contrast. So I don't want to say the game that's too complicated, but basically in this game there's mining. And in fact, mining, even getting to the point where you can mine is kind of complicated because you need either a character or an entity with the prospecting skill. So prospecting then becomes a thing. You discover deposits that you can mine, and then you can build the mining building on it. But there is also a level for the mine, which represents how difficult it is to mine the thing down below. So for instance, you know, let's say you're on a desert planet, you know, no natural source of water, and you need to... you need to mine for the water. It's like you got a water deposit here, so probably a good idea to mine that, right? That's kind of one of the first things that you're going to do. And it says level 8, and then I mouse over it. It's like, this represents the difficulty of mining. I'm like, okay, but is higher more difficult or is lower more difficult? Because there's two different ways of going, right? Like sometimes people will say like it's the grade, and it's like, ooh, high grade. That means it's a really, really good, you know, you'll get a lot from it, or it's easier to mine or whatever. And then sometimes, you know, in this case, it's representing the difficulty level. And so it's like, ooh, level 8, that means it's almost impossible to get. And because it's at the start and all of the resources that you have are pretty scarce, like, that is fairly important. Like, if you don't want to dedicate all of your starting resources to something that's going to basically not work. And despite having read the entire manual and despite, looking at the game's tooltips, it never actually explained whether or not higher was better or lower was better so far as productivity was concerned. So I contrast that kind of an experience with this game. This game's got a built-in tutorial, and I have had a few questions like, well, why would I build this building because it's not clear for me? The only one that doesn't have an answer yet has been shelter. I'm not quite sure what purpose shelter serves at the moment. And again, I can just build shelter and see what happens. I may do that once we start getting closer to the end goals. But and I mean, I'm sure if I go to the atlas, it'll probably tell me. But even though I've had some questions, other than the shelter one, just playing the game has sort of answered them for me. So I'm like, oh wow, I'm out of tools to build it. Maybe I need to go find some glades. Oh no, the glades didn't do it. Well, I don't have use for this camp anymore. Let's demolish that. And then that restored the tools, and I was sort of able to make some progress with the harvester's camp. So I respect that a lot because I realize that this stuff doesn't just happen. There's some careful thought that goes into the presentation of a game. This is like when you see the updates on UI and UX. I think a lot of the stuff that I'm experiencing here, where maybe it doesn't just work, but what it does is it will, how do I put it? Like, I'm able to sort of reason my way through the problem, or at the very least playing the game, things get solved, or maybe they don't get solved, but like I see the path to the solution. I tend to respect that a lot because, again, it's one of these things which if the game goes out of its way to draw your attention to it, it's probably focusing on the wrong thing. What I want to be focusing on instead is, this wonderful little story of my, building my settlement in this potentially hostile forest. But I do think it's interesting that I'm able to, that when I reflect on it, I'm like, well, actually, there's, I've had a number of questions that come up, but the game has been able to answer them for me through the process of play. And like I said, it's something that I don't think just kind of happens by accident. But it's also one of these things that, by necessity, you wouldn't want a game to draw attention to that. Anyways, let's turn in another goal. So this one, we need to create planks and a crude workstation. So that was that cornerstone that we built. Your renown grows. You can now pick one of the available blueprints that the queen offers you. So planks, bricks, and fabric. So this one probably makes sense to keep near the main storage. So we're almost clearing out our last glade. Humans are good at everything. So, wood, plant fiber, and okay, yeah. So we're producing all of the basic resources we need for that, and we got a stormbird nest and a root deposit. So I think what I'm going to do once the building blocks mission is done, I'm going to do two things. One, I'm going to build shelters for everyone. And then two, we are going to make our move on the dangerous glade. So the shelter is just for my curiosity, and then the dangerous glade, if the game tells me off for doing it, then, I'll adjust. But in fact, seeing the number go down, it kind of makes me want to do it now, but the reason why I'm doing this is if the last mission is about building shelter, I'd kind of like to know. Because it's the tutorial, I feel I can take certain risks that I wouldn't normally do. So, I suspect here... That's a great description of clay. Flesh of the earth, used mostly for crafting. An abundant yet crucial resource. Okay, yeah. So looks like the resolve does get restored. So in this case, just people don't like being rained on. Who would have thought? Oh. Newcomers. These people have been sent here by the crown. Which group do you want to stay, Viceroy? The other will continue on to the next settlement. So we get beavers no matter what. I do like the diversity in terms of resources, and we are running short on humans. This may also be a time for me to build another woodcutter's camp. Why not? No parts left. Okay, I'm probably not gonna be... Right. That's... Or maybe that wasn't. Okay, we'll think about that later. No one weathers the storm alone. The Queen offers you a cornerstone that will lay the foundation of your town's prosperity. Choose wisely, as you won't be able to change it. So fiber delivery line, 15 plant fiber per minute, or egg delivery line, 15 eggs per minute. Now we have access to both, but I believe right now we are already bringing in quite a bit of fiber. The other thing I could do would be to look at my totals. Now unfortunately, I don't see fiber, so maybe we'll hold off. So what's the deal here? I thought you were getting me a bunch of fiber. No, that's a woodcutter's camp. Yeah, so what's the deal, guys? You're getting me plant fiber. Yeah, we'll go for egg delivery. Ah, now we get to pick. Okay, your renown grows. You can now pick one of the available blueprints that the Queen offers you. Beaver house, building specifically for beavers, has to be built near a hearth. Number of places 2. Building specifically for humans has to be built near a hearth. Number of places 2. And building specifically for lizards. My largest population is human. So we'll select that. And ancient tablets, so cut through the forest to discover one dangerous or forbidden glades. Okay. Interestingly enough, it does not actually specify shelter construction. Now, I'm going to build it no matter what, but I do find that kind of interesting. So what I want to do here is I'll get all my shelters down before I make the final commitment to That's interesting. What's the deal here? Okay, well those will get built on their own. The humans are taking up the wrong buildings. But yeah, so as far as slots go, we sort of know what that means now. So with 11 humans, that means we're going to need to build 6 of these. As for the rest, so if it's 3 and we have 16, so 12 would be 14. Sorry, 12 would be 14 does not make any sense. 12 would be 4, 15 would be 5, so we need 6. So we've got 3 already. Okay, so obviously that's going to take some time. That's going to take some time to finish, but we'll be ready. I suppose the other thing I can try to do would be to make another workstation, seeing as we do have some spare workers kicking around. That'll allow me to sort of put those idle hands to work. What's your story? There's no sortable resources. Alright, well, with that in mind, where else can I put a forager's camp? Well, that's good with vegetables. Maybe not a lizard person role, but... yeah, so it turns out the eggs were inaccessible. So I'm going to slightly change things around here. Let's go lizards for this. The reason why I'm doing that is because if we've got vegetables that need to get picked up, I believe humans are better at that. Well, it says farming, so that may not actually be true. But we've got a total of 4 idle workers, so we'll go 1 here, build another crude workstation here, I'm hoping everyone has kind of the presence of mind to, like, the, I'm hoping the humans eventually start living in the human areas. And again, this is just purely for experimentation, but I'm happy to mess around with this for a bit. Okay, so I'll put some industrious beavers to work, and then a couple of lizards. So the hope here is that this is just going to accelerate the rate at which we are... Ah, of course. We don't have people who are working on buildings now. So again, I'm waiting on everything. Actually, I guess hold Alt. Okay, so if we hold Alt here, yeah. So this is going to clear things. This is everything but the glade, so. Well, this is as close as we're going to get before actually breaking through. Definitely looking crowded around the hearth. I wonder if there's a way for me to improve that. I suppose in the grand scheme of things, probably what should happen is I don't move the woodcutters' camps as quickly, and that will slowly push back the woods. Now, one other thing for me to keep in mind will be once I break through into the dangerous glade, there is going to be a quest that I need to fulfill. That's also going to require workers. So I may want to empty out one of these workshops just in case. But in this particular case, I'm going to add a lizard. And this is because we need to produce 8 planks. And until I produce those... Until I produce those 8 planks, there's really nothing for me to do. Oh. Newcomers. These people have been sent here by the Crown. Which group do you want to stay, Viceroy? The other will continue on to the next settlement. I'll take more humans, although that does mean that I need to build another human house. So yeah, that's 14. And then now we have 17, so that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. So we're still good for the remaining population. Follow your orders. The Queen gave you orders. Keep track of them and try to complete them to progress your settlement. So contrast how I've been able to build all these different workshops in the area where I had a woodcutter's camp to my settlement construction down here. That's sort of bearing out what I said a little bit before in terms of probably the logical step is to have woodcutter camps last a little bit longer in certain areas. And again, just to be clear, I'm ignoring this follow your orders thing just because I want to see the result of sort of full shelter. But we are at that point now, so I will find some employment for people. Now everybody's going to get rained on. Actually, I think we're at a point now where we can safely, safely, quote unquote, go into the dangerous glade. Ancient shrine. An ominous shrine from a long-forgotten era. It's dangerous, but might hold some ancient knowledge useful to the crown. Threats. These effects will trigger if the event isn't solved in time. Glade event disturbing the ruins of the great civilization can have grave consequences. Kills 3 random villagers. So it requires 5 planks, 5 fabric, and 10 simple tools. Not much we can do about the simple tools. But we can certainly employ more of our people to the task. And I will propose that because we need more of the materials, I'm going to pull some people out of other productive activities and make sure that they are working. I want to have them working on crafting. Idling? Get to work! Oh, there we go. I screwed our people. We've got 20 seconds to get this thing done in time. I don't think it's going to happen.
Oh. Hey ho.
Well, maybe. I think they're going to take too long to travel. So yeah, the problem was I didn't hit investigate in time. Ooh, that keeps going. Okay, so yeah, that's on me for not hitting investigate in time. That's unfortunate, but so the fabric was lost because someone didn't. Oop. Okay, they're idling, so we will demolish the building. And I don't think there's anything else we can do for a forager's camp at this point. Oh, nope. Well, that's all already being worked, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it takes 30 seconds after they deliver the goods, I actually think this is specifically set up to kind of fail us. Either way, though, I'm not going to have to worry. I suppose I can demolish the human house now. So this is actually really interesting to see. So if this continually goes through, I can sort of see how unlocking the ancient shrine, like, that can be fatal in certain circumstances. I mean, it tells me to mark trees for harvest, but they seem to be doing a pretty good job of this on their own. I will eventually move this woodcutter's camp, but we'll let them clear things out first. Okay, what's the deal? Okay, they're picking up the ancient tablet. So I think I'm getting a bit of an idea about how this works. Settlement complete. This village is secured, but there is one more test of your skills. Okay. Not enough to level us up to 2. Ugh! We got food stockpiles, basic currency. In the realm, workers are eager to exchange their labor for food for their families. Can be used to buy upgrades in the smoldering city. If you can just give me a quick second here, I'm enjoying a blanket, and it started to descend. So I'm gonna just wrap myself up a little bit more. Nice, calm music. The sound of the rain, wrapped up in a blanket. Perfect streaming conditions. But I still have my writing to do, so I'm feeling a little gloomy about that. Not that I don't like writing, but just I know I'm tired. So okay, so we've unlocked content. Content, not buildings. Content. Woodcutter's camp, stonecutter's camp, harvester's camp, scavenger's camp, crude workstation, small hearth, storage, trading post. Now, the trading post in the farm field we didn't work with before. I think the storage and small hearth were already built there for me. Where's the any key? Villagers with low resolve will start leaving, increasing the queen's impatience. Keeping resolve exceptionally high will grant passive reputation over time. Oh, that's interesting. So, that means that you don't necessarily have to just do a bunch of missions. All that you need to do is run a tight ship and... Okay. Satisfying your villagers' needs with complex food, homes, and services will increase their resolve. Each species has a different mix of needs. It's hard to please everyone all of the time. Farmers can plant only on farm fields, and those can only be built on fertile soil. Crops are planted in the first season, drizzle, and harvested during the second, clearance. I can see why they left this for the second tutorial. Build a farm, harvest grain, serve some ale in a tavern. Okay. Pick a blueprint. Your renown grows. You can now pick one of the available blueprints that the queen offers you. A small farm can produce vegetables or grain from a small area of farm fields nearby. Okay, so the ideal placement is one that sort of maximizes the coverage. So I think that would go... Yeah, so this sort of steps on to... But it still may be worth it because everything else is more than 2 that I'm giving up. So I think this would be free of any losses. That's giving up 1 for 3. Yeah, so I think this would be the right call. Get to work. I guess I can build 2 of these. Reputation points. You can gain reputation points in 3 different ways: by successfully completing orders, exploring your surroundings, or keeping your villagers happy. Orders are very straightforward. You always get at least 1 reputation point for each of them. To gain reputation for villagers' well-being, you have to increase their resolve so it reaches the reputation threshold, indicated by a blue line on the resolve bar. After that, they will start generating reputation passively. With time, your villagers will become accustomed to their living conditions, and the reputation threshold will go up, forcing you to satisfy more complex needs. To acquire reputation from exploring, you will have to cut your way through the forest to dangerous or forbidden glades and solve glade events located there. But beware, these events can be challenging at times, or might require you to deliver special resources to them. Some perks or goods bought from traders can also increase your reputation. So while we're working on these, let's also see if we can do something about camps. Okay, yeah, so we've got a woodcutter's camp that we can work with. So I should be doing sort of more than 1 task at a time at this point, I think. It's as good as I'm gonna get, I think. And of course, knowing what I know now about kind of how the glades and all of that work. Well, okay, so there's not much I can do about glades in here. This sadly is not going to be enough. Well, no, hang on. I think we're just shy of what we need to be able to get in that glade. But we'll work with what we've got.
Ekiru, tapo.
I'll leave them to their own devices for this farm, but for the other farm, I'm going to focus on grain. Oh, we're already ready to complete the orders. Fair enough. The good news is I can replace that with a human now. Alright, your renown grows. You can now pick one of the available blueprints that the Queen offers you. Shelter. You can accommodate any villager, but it won't satisfy the need for species-specific housing. It has to be built near a hearth and can accommodate 3. So 3, 6, 11. So we want 4 of those, although things are a little cramped. Okay, we're already building the woodcutter's camp, so just as well. And then for shelter, it's going to get a little cramped, but... Oh, hello. Okay, that's fine. That's 12 accounted for. Obviously, I want the beavers working on clearance. Pick a cornerstone. No one can weather the storm alone. The Queen offers you a cornerstone that will lay the foundation for your town's prosperity. Choose wisely, as you won't be able to change it. So we can get 5 barrels a minute or 50% to the amount of goods produced in the small farm. Let's go for reinforced tools for the farms because we've got 2 of them. We're sort of relying on those. This is partly just so I can clear, actually. I sort of want to clear the whole surrounding forest, but this is partly just to see if I can get... Actually, you know what? This is a situation where I'm going to build and then cut back. So basically, I'm trying to prioritize the kinds of cuts that will allow me to build more shelters. Renown grows. You can now pick one of the available blueprints the Queen offers to you. Trapper's Camp. Starting point for trappers going out into the wild to collect meat, insects, and eggs. So this is one for the lizards when the time comes. Why are you idling? I guess because there's nothing to do while you're waiting for stuff to grow. Okay, so I'm a little reluctant to do this because it feels like it's entombing everything. But I'm going to run with it. What about the other camps? So there is clay for us to work with if we so choose. There's also fiber. Okay, so it looks like we can basically build a bit of everything, but we don't necessarily have the population for it. So I'm going to let nature take its course for the next little bit. And I'm going to change the priorities around. So we've got a couple beavers to do the work. And we're not building anything new, so let's get a human working on logging. We'll probably move them into something different in a little bit, but for the time being, I think it's useful for us to maximize our resources. And for shelter, so again, I don't like the idea of this stuff sort of touching each other, so... but apparently... Not enough wood, though. I'm a little surprised by that. Oh wait, no, this we definitely have wood, we just don't have a builder. Alright, newcomers. These people have been sent here by the crown. Which group do you want to stay, Viceroy? The other will continue on to the next settlement. We've got enough beavers for the camps right now, so I think I am actually going to bring more lizards in. I think I want to see what's in the glades before I start putting down any of the other camps. Although maybe it wouldn't be bad for me to put down a crude workstation for starters. Okay, so everybody's got shelter. Oddly enough, the lizards are actually going to be the ones that are the easiest to make happy, so I don't know if that's maybe something that I want to turn into a larger population. Okay, smokehouse. So we need to build a smokehouse, enable meat in the jerky. Sorry, meat in the jerky recipe, jerky in the smokehouse. Okay, so we're definitely getting into complex goods now. Again, the hope is that we're going to clear out the territory. Although we never did wind up building out that tavern. Can we even do that? So we've got a path. Doesn't cost any resources, 5% villager speed increase. Oh, that's interesting. So why wouldn't I just path everything? Okay, woodcutter, stone cutter, harvester, scavenger, trapper. So we do not yet seem to have the ability to brew anything. So I'm going to make an adjustment here. I'm going to cancel the grain, build it properly equipped for the job, reducing production costs slightly. Yeah, I think I'm gonna 86 the grain here. So we'll have specialized grain, and then this is gonna be all about the vegetables. And I'm building this crude workstation here just so we can start making some of these refined goods. Okay, clay deposit, stormbird nest. So I think the stormbird nest... Yeah, we've got something for the trapper's camp once they exhaust these resources. Now for the clay, I actually think this works out pretty well for us, because if we put down the... damn it, which one is it? Is it stone? Yeah, so we can access both the clay deposits. And I'm going to put this... I kind of want to put this one further away. And this is just so that I don't get in the way of building any more shelters or anything like that. Okay, so... let's go... Oh, I'm going to pause. I'm going to just take a quick minute. Even though I've been walking all day, my watch is reminding me that I do still need to get up and move, and unfortunately I am a slave to the advice. So I'm also going to take a chance just to refill my water and such. I am going to run ads for a little bit, so sorry for those of you who do not like such things. I would encourage you to take this opportunity to perhaps get up and have stretch yourself, or otherwise take care of yourself. It should just be a 2-minute break, and then however long I need to go. But apparently I am sounding tired, so it probably wouldn't hurt for me just to get a little, I don't know, a little pick me up as I go through. So just bear with me as I bring up the dashboard. Like I said, whatever you do, don't watch the ads. So either enable your ad blocker or run. Oh, it's a 1-minute ad break. So one way or the other, I will be back in a little bit. Okay, sorry about that. I also did a bad job of explaining why I would roll ads. For those of you who are less familiar with Twitch, so Twitch is really going hard on ads, and it's actually, if you look at the stats for these things, it's actually lowered the total number of hours viewed on the platform. But one of the things for a broadcaster is if you run ads, you disable the pre-roll ads for about 25 minutes or so. So if there's going to be something where there's no activity on the stream, I usually like to roll ads for that reason, just because if people are coming in, they don't have to be bugged by the pre-roll ads. But I do get that ads are annoying, so I try to exercise a light touch where I can. I also got a slice of pizza, so I'm feeling quite a bit more happy. So I don't know if I've been doing a good job in terms of explaining my... Yeah, I definitely... Like, there are other ways Twitch can make its money. And this particular way seems to be not necessarily in either its long-term interests or in the interests of the broadcaster. I will say I like the idea of running the ads and not having people be hit by the pre-roll more than what they're currently trying to push, which is if you do a certain number of ads within a like 1/2 hour block or something, like basically turn on automatic ads, they'll actually increase your share of the ad revenue. And the problem with that, particularly because I have a tendency to kind of go on long rambles and, you know, they have some degree of popularity among the viewers, not to speak to people's interests. I mean, you can all say what you're interested and not interested in perfectly fine on your own without me telling you what you're interested in. But one of the consequences of this is if I were, and there are channels I watch which have enabled this, somebody will be like in the middle of it, or the worst is when they're replying to something that you said in chat, and then there's like 6 ads in a row, all 45 seconds long. And like that's an ad break that's pushing the limits of like what you would accept on television. If anybody watch television anymore. I mean, most of the stuff I watch doesn't have ads because you pay for it up front. But particularly for people who are like subscribed to a channel or, you know, any of these things, I feel like that is a fairly aggressive thing to be pushing. And, you know, to be fair, it is the streamer that's deciding to opt into that. But it does sort of feel like that's the less friendly of the monetization strategies. I really do feel like you're getting in the way of people's enjoyment of a broadcast. Whereas here, I sort of feel that there's a bit of a fair trade-off where, you know, if I'm going to be taking a break, whether or not people get up from the keyboard or not, you know, at the very least, you know, you're not missing anything while the ads are running by. And I think that's a little bit better than just sort of having, you know, without any warning, you know, you're about to see the big finale to this game that you've been streaming for 12 hours and, you know, oh, time to be sold some toothpaste. Oh, somebody thinks I need a new bag. You know, I don't know. It doesn't feel great when that happens. But I guess everybody's got to make their money somehow. All right. But I did want to talk a little bit and give a bit of a, I don't know, a mid-play session, kind of, I don't want to say debrief because we're not done with it, but just kind of, okay, what am I getting out of this? What is my current understanding? There's a few really interesting ideas present in the game here. So one thing I really like is this idea of these woodcutter caps. So, you know, you're starting, like, this is very, I don't know, there's something about something, I guess it's just my inner Canadian, right? I love this idea of you've got your, you know, your hardy yeomen who are going and chopping down the trees, and that's going to start clearing out the space. You know, you're really cramped. You can't really build all that impressive of a city, and you've got a small population. So you really need to pick where you're putting your priorities in order to try and accomplish some of your different goals. And along the way, you know, in this case where, you know, we've got some agriculture, I've got more shelter than I really need, but I figured probably not a bad idea to get all this set up. But now I'm on my way to making some more refined goods. In this case, we want to build the smokehouse. And so that's going to involve meat, which we've already put collection for. So I did want to at least get the stonecutters camp down, because the stonecutters camp is going to be the sort of thing that that's going to get me clay. That's going to be processed in the crude workstation. I can always move people out of that, but I figured it's not bad to get people working on the refined goods. But let's do what the mission's telling me to do, which is to build a smokehouse. It's probably not a bad idea for us to fulfill those goals as soon as possible. Turns out we needed planks for it, so it's probably not a bad idea that we were working on the refined goods anyway. Now, the other question is, where do I put the smokehouse? I'm actually more inclined to stick it up here. And the reason for that, or somewhere up in this upper area, and that's just because the way I see it, close to the hearth, I don't actually want, so if I think of buildings that are going to permanently live here, the farms, sure, the shelters, definitely. Trappers camp, I want to move. Woodcutters camps, I definitely want to move. Essentially, I would like as much of this territory to be dedicated to shelter as possible. So with that in mind, if I'm going to build this smokehouse, which in principle is going to be a bit more of a permanent building, I probably want to stick that somewhere here so that I don't have to worry about getting in the way of shelters. It's also not that far from the main storage, so that's kind of nice. Oh yeah, I guess the crude workstation, by that reason, I should probably move away from the shelter as well. I think probably it'll make a lot of sense to have a bunch of workstations sort of up here, because it's not that far from storage, but it's not getting in the way of building shelters either. But we'll worry about that. We'll worry about that as time goes by. So we'll enable jerky. Well, do I want to enable pottery? Jerky, biscuits, pie, clothing, leisure, religion. It's kind of neat. This is one thing I quite like is you get an idea of the the different personalities, right? So the beavers like luxury, whereas the humans want religion. There's something kind of neat about seeing their requests or their needs. Ah. Insect jerky. Nice. Okay. Oh, this is good for us. So this, lots of fertile soil and slick shell brood mothers, so more meat for us. So I don't think I'm quite at a point yet where I can build another farm. Although perhaps it's tempting to move this farm into this region just because it has access to so much more. That's an interesting idea, actually. So if I moved it here. Ooh, yeah. So say this is combination vegetables and grain, because this is actually a little larger than this plot, I think. Now, I'm not quite willing to abandon this for shelters. I am going to leave myself the option of putting farmers here. Hopefully I haven't ruined the chance. Let's maybe make these a higher priority. I kind of feel like this is one of these things where you should maybe be able to double click and it'll, like, it would select all of the type. Okay, we got a couple things going on. So, these people have been sent here by the crown. Which group do you want to stay, Viceroy? The others will continue on to the next settlement. I feel like probably more humans are what the doctor ordered. And so we can get efficient brewing, which we currently can't do, or specialized grain farming techniques. Grain production is increased by +1 for every 25 times it's produced. Let's go for grain bags. Okay, so they are farming. Well, we might be in a little bit of trouble. We'll see. But let's say beavers to work here. I guess. Oh, we need 3. Jesus. Okay. I'm running out of workers. Okay. Well, let's make sure all this stuff gets built first. We've got another clay deposit and a stormbird nest, so that'll be good for meat production. Okay, so let's say and let's maybe take someone out of the workshop, because the workshop was just a nice to have, whereas this is a requirement. Well, not a requirement, but this is like a mission objective, so but yeah, clearly we want to get our population up. And I actually don't have anybody to work that right now. So we'll wait till they've completed their planks job, and then we will free up the human for construction duty. This is just so I can shelter the last remaining individuals. And what I think I'm going to do here, because the beavers have actually done a really good job of clearing out this whole region, I'm going to move one of the beavers over into this woodcutter's camp, because we're probably going to wind up replacing this one pretty soon. Now, I'm a little concerned at the fact that the jerky isn't being produced. I think I know what was happening here. They were trying to make it out of the... Oh, Trapper's Camp has no deposits nearby. That's fine. So I'm going to move instead of rebuild. Now, this definitely has a lot more meat, so we'll... move them over here. That gives me another opportunity for the shelter when the time comes. But yeah, so basically I've moved 3 workers to this woodcutter's camp just so that we can really start clearing out the woods here. We're not quite ready to move this camp yet. We've got a couple more things that can be chopped down. Actually, we have quite a bit that we can get chopped down. So let's maybe clear out. We'll properly clear out the remainder. Although I have a feeling, as far as the hearth is concerned, we're ready to go. Okay. Food. Your villagers need to eat in order to survive. Every few minutes they will go on break, gather around the hearth, try to get something edible from the storage. If nothing they like is available, like pickle goods for beavers, they will eat raw food. If there is no food whatsoever, villagers will get 1 stack of the hunger effect. Each stack is a resolve penalty, and if the resolve of a species reaches 0, they will start leaving the settlement. Even if you grow vegetables on your farms, the amount of food you produce will soon become insufficient for a growing population. The solution is to process raw food and thus multiply it, as most recipes in the game yield more goods than raw ingredients used in them. Some perks can further increase that ratio or even generate additional food as a byproduct. So moving on, we're gonna start brewing ale. Again, we've got shortfalls in terms of workforce, so I'm not quite sure how I'm going to be able to work that, but definitely humans are good at the brewing. So, okay, brewery. Oh, it could also produce pickled goods. So similar problem to last time. We don't want to get in the way of any settlements. Now, the ideal location to me sort of feels like well, I guess the grain doesn't go from the farm; it goes from the storage. Either way, I don't think I'm going to be able to stick the brewery anywhere I would really want to. So, put it down here just because I can, but I feel slightly bad about it. Hey, the lizards are content. But yeah, definitely the next migration, I'm gonna want to bring as many humans as I can into the place. I also think we can expand the forestry radius. We're kind of at the point now where I just want to clear space and then be able to move the camps. I suppose I could try and clear out some more glades too, but one thing at a time. Not going to touch any of the dangerous ones for starters. I suppose while I wait... No, hang on. I gotta have somebody building the brewery. I was gonna say maybe we can put someone to work at the crude workstation, but I don't think that's the right call. I could maybe move someone away from the stonecutter camp. Newcomers are waiting. Okay, definitely the 2 humans. And we'll want to put down more shelter. Okay, so we've got humans doing the things that humans are good at. Let's replace this beaver. So this is, again, mostly about clearing. So we've got 2 humans we can employ here. And then, because we've got a left... Well, no, hang on. Yeah, no, we're not building anything now, so we can get 1 human working in the crude workstation. And we will enable barrels. So this is a little tricky here. So it's not just that you need to enable the barrels, but you actually need to disable the pottery. I'm slightly tempted to try and produce pickled goods as well, but because those are appealing to the beavers. Although perhaps we don't worry about that until we've got special housing in place. I'm not sure. Something to consider over time. But yeah, the good news is that at least for all of the work that we're doing, the specialists are like focusing on their specialties. And I've actually kind of already answered the question, so I should probably enable Well, no, we're not producing barrels, though, so I think I would prefer to focus on ale. Yeah, no, we're gonna keep the status quo here. I think we're gonna wind up producing pickled goods anyway. So at this point, I'm just gonna let time go by. Yeah, so one of them's producing pickled goods. Presumably, next they should be building ale, though. Yeah, so when it says here, goods with equal priority will be produced alternatingly. So we're producing pottery because we are getting clay, and I've not disabled pottery in the smokehouse. We're still producing enough jerky to feed people, so I'm happy about that. And I do actually like the idea of us producing pickled goods because it means that the beavers will become happier. The humans are getting closer to the happiness that I want because they have jerky, but beavers don't like jerky. Beavers like pickled goods. So I'm gonna leave the pickled goods as a priority just because it helps me get the broad-based reputation bonuses. Especially because we've been playing a lot of Industries of Titan. It's actually kind of neat to see this kind of approach to the city builder. Because in Industries of Titan, right, you also have the idea of going from sort of raw to refined goods and all of that. But it's neat to have this contrast of these two different games. In the case of... No, I mean, again, Industries of Titan has a very heavy strategy game element to it, which is definitely different for Against the Storm. But I sort of like, again, the way that they play around with space and how you sort of get access to further space. Is there a reason why these are sitting unchopped? You know, the fact that I started with these really cramped areas, and you can sort of see, like, you wouldn't notice it offhand, but you can see just how much extra space I have now, based on all of these wide open spaces. I think that's kind of neat. And I'm particularly interested in this second tutorial because it really does feel like I'm really feeling the effects of the worker shortage. Like, I'm really having to prioritize the things that I'm working on. Okay. It's actually a tough call here. I'm gonna go for... Oh, these are good. I think I'm going to go for the more broad-based. Okay, so we'll build a shelter for everyone. So preferably more lizards working in the smokehouse. Oh, forgot cornerstones. Cannibalism! Gain 30 meat every time a villager dies or leaves. No. Nets, +2 to meat production. Gain additional meat every yield from gathering. Yeah, we're going to go for the nets, not cannibalism. We have some principles here. Alright, so also I've got more bodies that I can throw into the crude workstation. It's maybe not the most important thing for me to be working on right now, but I also don't think it's a bad idea for me to work on that. I suppose one thing I could be doing is working on the flax field. Let's take our camp. It's definitely not stonecutter. I believe it's harvest. So for this, I'm going to move them sort of further away. I want to make sure I have full coverage, but the idea here is to try and not occupy too much of the hearth. Okay, moving on. Tavern, a place where villagers can fulfill needs. Leisure, brawling, passive effects, Gleeman's Tales. Fulfill your villagers' need for leisure 20 times, and we gain 2 beavers, 6 tools, 50 barrels, and extra reputation. Your renown grows. You can now pick one of the available blueprints that the Queen offers you. Okay, so, I'm curious. I notice it's kind of showing the outline of the hearth, but I don't think I need to... Oof, it's a big building, though. So I think I'm probably going to have to creep into the shelter territory no matter what. Well, I mean, that was bound to happen at some point. I suppose I need at least one person to be building. But, well, that's true, but maybe we take that out of the crude workstation. And we've definitely long past the point where this woodcutter's camp is doing anything helpful. So, I suppose the next question is, what's the most good this can do? I think probably clearing out this area is the next best. So let's head up into the corner. Now, I want to be rather careful. So for this one, I really want to just, like, clear it all out. And in this case, I'm willing, like, this is fine to clear out the edges. What I don't want to do is clear out the dangerous glade. There may be consequences for that. But again, if we're short for shelter, we've sort of helped our case a little bit. Now, unfortunately, we've only really gained one glade out of all of this. Maybe what I'll do here... No, I'm not going to remove those markers. I think it's fairly clear for this one we're going to move it sort of hard down and to the left just so we can try and access all these little glades over here. We will eventually go for some of the dangerous ones, but it seems to me like it's not a bad idea to try and take the low-hanging fruit for a start. I should also maybe just get an idea in terms of how much grain I'm actually... Oh, we're fine. Okay, so it looks like we do actually need workers for this. So, let's... As much as I hate doing this, make sure the humans are put to work. Don't think I can afford to get rid of some farmers. Yeah, so... We're working... My reasoning here is that when we have orders, we want to do our best to fulfill those orders as quickly as possible. Particularly because if you notice that the impatience is much higher than what we were... Like, before I completed that previous order, we were in a little bit of danger in terms of being overtaken in terms of the impatience. I don't think it will affect me overall until I get, like, to the final level, but still, nice. It's nice not to have to worry about that sort of thing. So the more we can, the more we can satisfy the needs for the different objectives, I want to try and accelerate that as quickly as possible. And then if I get to do bonus things, just so much the better, right? Okay, we can get 3 humans, or we could add another beaver. Now, I think beavers really are only. It feels like they're the only there for the wood cutting, which we're not focusing on too much. Um, and obviously, we're able to make the humans a bit. So we use the humans more, and we're also able to make them happier a little bit easier than the beavers. So this seems like the better choice here. So first thing I want to do is build some shelter. And then second, we want to find some use for the new arrivals. So I decided to build here instead of up here, just because I may want to put down a farm in this area. And we've got 3 people working, so we'll put 2 in the workstation. Or no, I still need. Never mind. Prioritizing the stone cutting camp, and then but yeah, no, I'm happy with how this is working. So I'll just double check. So yeah, good at farming and brewing. Beavers are good at woodworking and engineering. Now, I don't believe this counts as engineering. I could maybe put a beaver in there just to double check. And then the lizards are good at meat production, and they like working in warm environments. So I mean, one thing I could do here would be just see what happens when they do this work. Yeah, it doesn't feel like they have any particular specialty going on there, so... Pick a blueprint. I was asleep at the switch. Okay, your renown grows. You can now pick one of the available blueprints that the queen offers you. So I suppose I have one of 2 paths I can go. Everybody's happy now, so I can do lots of human houses as I did before, or I can actually focus on my smallest population and satisfy their needs. It's a tough call here. I think in this case, let's go for the lizard house, because I only need to build 3 of those. Keep human resolve above 25 for 30 seconds. Well, we already finished that, so we'll deliver. Oh, and the settlement's complete, so I didn't get to see what the other item was. I'm just so good at this game. Okay, so we've got new Citadel upgrades, which I'm not sure what that means. Rain Collector can produce Spark Dew. Paved Road, a road made out of stone, 15% villager speed increase. Herbalist Camp, starting point for herbalists going out into the wild together. Well, meat specialization, you managed to enlist some excellent hunters. Meat production is increased by +1. That feels like a yeah, sorry, it says cornerstone right there. Flame amulets, an artifact infused with the power of the holy flame. Hostility from woodcutters is decreased by 4. Oh, that's right, because there's that like that menace mechanic as we introduce civilization to the untamed wild. Like I said, this is a game that appeals to my Canadian spirit. So I suppose the less forest we chop, or the more forest we chop down, the more angry we make the woods. And crowded houses, all houses have 1 more place. Cool. Okay. Basic currency of the realm, fair enough. Unlocked shelter. Makeshift post can make a pack of crops, bag of provisions, pack of building materials. Blight post, specialized building dedicated to fighting blight rot. Blight fighters will prepare purging fire during drizzle and clearance, and use it to burn blight rot cysts during the storm. And hydrant, small storage for purging fire. Blight fighters will use it to restock on fuel when fighting blight rot in the storm. Man, so maybe there is a strategy element to this. The world is a vast, ever-changing place. I was wondering if there was going to be like an overworld map to this. The world is a vast, ever-changing place, and at its heart lies the smoldering city. Your goal as a viceroy is to help rebuild it and secure the future of the Queen's subjects. Use the resources you've gathered so far to construct the obsidian archive in the smoldering city. Okay, Queen's Patience, you gain a permanent minus 2% to the speed at which the Queen's impatience grows, and fundamental upgrade, a place where records about great viceroys are kept, unlocks deeds. So we've got 10 more, so if I wanted I could do Monastery of the Vigilant Flame level 1, gain a permanent plus 2% to burning duration for all types of fuel burned in the hearth. We can get an embark bonus of stone, gain new embark bonus to choose from when starting a settlement, as well as clay. Alternatively, I could do a reduction to the Queen's Patience and gain 10% more Citadel resources whenever you finish a settlement. I am slightly more, like, I do like the more momentum-based ones, so I think I'm actually going to go for... Oh, actually, sorry, never mind. I have enough to unlock everything, so... Oh, wow. First real expedition. Win a game in Biome, Royal Woodlands, and on the difficulty Settler or higher. Okay. Excuse me. This world is governed by the eternal Blightstorm cycle. It's almost upon us, so no caravans are allowed to embark. Click on the button in the lower right corner of the screen to finish this cycle. The Blightstorm is coming, settlements are abandoned, and people are returning to the Citadel. Oh, I wonder, it'd be interesting... So, there's a... I don't want to talk too much about the choice behind this, because I want to get a little bit of a better idea, but I do want to talk about this idea in general. The reason why I want to talk about this idea in general now is I probably only have about half hour left to for the broadcast, so I kind of want to plant the seed, and then as we move through this game, we'll see how it turns out. So I think for most, if not all cases, revealing less of the world is more interesting than revealing more. And this sometimes runs counter to common understanding, right? So, you know, you'll usually hear about world building and how wonderful that is, and you know, oh, excellent world building, you know, oh, you know, there's every detail. And I think there's sometimes this idea of writing fantasy sort of involving creating, you know, several notebooks worth of history and details about what's going on inside the world. And to be fair, like, that does actually seem to be a thing that happens. So apparently for Elden Ring, that was kind of George R.R. Martin's job. But so far as I can tell, he didn't really have that much to do with the story of that game so much as the setting. So it does seem fair to say that this is actually something that some people do. But I will confess, I do find it much more interesting when there's a lot of suggestions as to what's going on, as opposed to maybe some sort of explicit work. And some of my favorite things, in fact, Cree will probably know the specific one I'm talking about, have been written. I'm sure the people responsible have an idea in their head as to what the quote-unquote correct thing is, but there's actually been gaps left in on purpose so that the player can kind of make the decision for themselves. And the example I actually like to like to use the most for this has nothing to do with fantasy. It's actually the John Wick series. So I think it would be fair to say that I have enjoyed all three John Wick movies, but it's also fair to say that my enjoyment has been diminished each time, like with each subsequent one. So I thought the first one was incredibly interesting because there were all these relationships and all of this suggestion, right? That there were these deep histories between these characters, and that there was this world of the Continental and all of the rules governing it, and you were only ever given a few glimpses as to what that was. And then the second movie comes out, and again, a very interesting setting. You get maybe a little bit more of an idea of High Table and some of the intrigue surrounding that. But what I noticed is that with a little bit more of the world that was revealed, it actually wound up being a bit less interesting than I thought it could have been. Now, out of curiosity, before I go any further, how many people in chat who want to talk have seen the second John Wick movie? Because I'd kind of like to talk a little bit about the ending for the first two. It's not a super spoiler sort of thing, but it is enough. It's one of these things where if you haven't seen the end of the movie, then it doesn't really mean a whole lot for me to talk about. But it's a detail I'd like to talk about if it's useful for people. Haven't seen other, but you don't care about spoilers. Yeah, it's not so much the idea of the spoilers as if you haven't seen it, it probably doesn't mean anything. Actually, okay, here's an example. I'll give this example. I think I can frame it in a slightly different way. In the first film, there is someone who breaks the rules, and they're ultimately executed for that, but it's maybe not clear that that's going to be what happens to them. And it happens in a particular place where you can sort of see why that's a good place for an ambush. And there is a pretty major character who breaks the rules in the second film. And the same person who did the execution winds up meeting them. But because of their particular relationship, they don't exactly let them off the hook, but they allow a certain degree of leniency. And I'd always felt that that scene would have been so much better done if it took place in the place where the execution of in the first film happened, because that gives you a much. It is clear that it's kind of going for the is he gonna do it or isn't he moment in the film, and I feel like that particular setting would have been much more valuable to what I think the movie was trying to do. I would say the third movie definitely goes pretty deep into this mysterious world. I've also heard that apparently there's supposed to be a TV series about the Continental. But the thing is that as the movies have gone by, so first of all, they've gotten a little goofy, I feel like. And it's fun to get those laughs, but I actually feel like the third one started going a little too silly for my taste. But the third one also goes the furthest in terms of starting to just sort of show the secret world. And the problem is that the secret world that they show is not nearly as interesting as the one that I sort of had running on in my head in the background. And again, this is a well-known storytelling convention. You know, the monster that you can imagine in your head is always scarier than the one they can show you in the movie. I think Dark Souls gets not even arguably. Dark Souls is definitely used a lot, and I think it's fair to say overused as an example. But it is also fair to say that clearly there's a lot of implication in the game. Relationships that you will make in terms of the placement of certain things, reading certain items, you make certain links yourself. Cultist Simulator is obviously another game where it doesn't necessarily hold your hand. And I think it's fair to say for me that I do like very rich worlds. It doesn't mean worlds without lore. And it definitely doesn't mean that there isn't material to analyze. I think all of these examples that I've given are ones that give you quite a bit to work with. But what I do really appreciate is something that gives you just enough of a glimpse on a really interesting world, but it doesn't give you sort of the full body scan. Like you're given just enough to be intrigued, and you're given just enough threads to sort of pull on, and then you're sort of left to figure some stuff out. So the reason why I went on this big long digression is that it may be because this game is in early access, and they want to they're going to sort of explain the setting more, but we're talking about cycles. We're talking about Blightstorm. There are these cycles. I was only able to do a certain amount of work, and then people had to come back in. There's actually a series called In Remembrance of Earth's Past. The first book is called The Three Body Problem. It's quite good. It's a Chinese science fiction novel, and it seems to be one that definitely got a lot of attention. And there's this idea that there is this world, and there are these periods where the planet becomes, basically unimaginably hot, something that you can't really survive with. And there's sort of these eras that happen, and there's like the darker periods where you can sort of build civilization, but during these hot periods, the civilization, like, essentially, like, people kind of like dehydrate and are rolled up like scrolls, and then the job is like when they're in one of these cool periods, that's when you sort of rehydrate everyone and everybody kind of gets going. And it's really important. Like, one of the things that they try to do is predict these cycles, because it's actually really important that you try and put people into safe places so that, they don't wind up nibbled on or otherwise damaged in the intervening periods. It makes a lot more sense if you read the book. But that's a little bit, you can kind of see an analogous idea here with the cycle summary, right? The Blightstorm's coming, so these towns that we've built are moving back to the Citadel to weather the storm. And is the idea here that we're trying to collect things to try and advance civilization to be able to extend the time between storms? Are we, what is the overall goal behind this? Why are the storms happening? Who is this queen? There's a lot of interesting questions in here, and I'm curious to see, again, the reason why I'm taking the time to talk about this is that there's two ways the game can go with this, which is, in one sense, there's going to be either later on in the game or as the game is developed, this full encyclopedia that explains all of the details, like why there are 3 species to work with, and who the queen is, and why I'm the viceroy, and so on and so forth. But there's that little side of me that hopes that they don't explain too much, because it's fun to just sort of be given this glimpse on this really interesting world, and then be sort of, left to figure it out, and maybe even getting some more hints as a reward for doing some more work. But again, I realize I'm also somewhat in a minority in that, because I know, as Decree says, I love lore and people talking about lore and analyzing lore and all that. Give me all the info, but it's okay if you leave some out. Yeah, for me, I actually, when I think about the stuff that I've enjoyed and cherished the most, it's not that it doesn't have the lore. It's that it is consistent enough that you can talk about the lore and the rules of the world, and who these people are and what might be motivating them, but it doesn't give you enough to like completely satisfy you. Like, I've always really loved, I guess I probably is the idea of ownership, like the idea that I've spent some time to figure this out, probably is one of these things that makes me that's probably why I like the way that works. Anyways, we're gonna end the cycle. You are almost ready to venture on your own. Choose any map tile inside your embark range. Oh, this is neat. Okay, so it looks like fertile grounds, glades have increased chance of including fertile soil. Yeah, so this is kind of neat. Like, you can see different effects for these territories. So it looks like we kind of only have 2 tiles. Now, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to stay close to the mountain, because that denies us a hex. Now, one thing I'm not clear on, though, like, we've got this effect in the corner, but I don't really know what that gets me. It's like, in one sense, I want to maximize the reward. So this is 14, this is 16, so it looks like a lot of 16s here. I do like the idea. It looks like there's going to be a big improvement on the chopping speed. The one thing I'm not clear on, though, are these acorns. But yeah, so I definitely want to improve the food yield. So it's basically anything in this surrounding area. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to left click. I hope that it's going to show me, it's going to let me mouse over on these effects to see what happens. To embark, you must first choose a caravan that will become the foundation of your town's population. Oh. Next, choose a difficulty. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. But beware, an inexperienced viceroy won't last very long on higher difficulties. Can I go back, though? Ah! Lastly, you use all your embark points to take extra goods with you. No! You are finally ready to embark on your own. Remember, there is always a way out. Experiment and adapt. May the storm be gentle on you, Viceroy. Okay, good. So modifiers. So fertile grounds, reinforced axes. Okay, so surely I can back out. Wow, do they really lock me into the choice? I'm not so sure about this choice, to be honest with you. So, like, the problem here is I don't know what that acorn meant. So, it would be nice to... It would be kind of nice to know... I don't know, like... I had to pick one location over another. Now, I don't necessarily regret this choice because I knew that reinforced axes would be good. But I sort of feel like it would be nice to have learned what that acorn meant, so that maybe working here, and it feels like there isn't a way for me to it feels like there isn't a way for me to find out without clicking on it and potentially finding out that that's not the thing that I wanted. Anyways, so we can get 8 bodies divided among lizards and beavers. Alternatively, I can go for 1 extra body, but not have any beavers. Now, it is kind of nice that I'm going to have the bonus on axes, but I think I still like the idea of... the improved axes. So we're going to go for this caravan. So if we go up to Pioneer, more reputation required to win. Veteran is Blight Rot and Corruption, and Vice... Okay. So maybe we'll do Pioneer so that we don't need to worry about Blight Rot. Oh, interesting. It also changes the number available. We'll go for Pioneer just so that I don't have too many degrees of freedom as far as like new concepts to learn. So given that we're gonna have quite a few lizards, so we're getting beavers, so we don't necessarily need to worry about wood. Probably eggs for the meat wouldn't be bad. God, I really love the like, I wish there was a bit more of this. So, like, you see roots, it's like common food source, fair enough. Fuel and exploration, abundant yet crucial resource, fair enough. But, like, hearing clay, I've never heard of this. Like, clay, the flesh of the earth, stone, the bones of the earth. Like, that's great stuff. Whoever's writing this, please do more. I'd like to read more of these. Now, we haven't really used stone that much. So I think I'm going to add clay just because it's something, when I think of it, clay... Oh, whoa. Ah, interesting. Okay, I am going to go for clay just because I know it, that's something that I used to make, I used in producing the pickled goods. Sorry, God, I only have like 10 minutes to do this. Okay, I'm going to get a quick stretch, and then we'll maybe just go a little bit longer. But yeah, I'm going to go for the clay just because it was something that I know I had use for. I'm not going to run ads because I don't think I'm going to have that much longer. I think I'll probably be streaming shorter than the period for the ad break. But I am going to get up and, I don't know, refill my water and stuff like that. I will be back in just a little bit. Please enjoy the relaxing music. Sorry about that. I was finishing a slice of pizza, but the crust was a little tough, so I didn't want to subject you all to that sound. So one thing I was trying to take a look at here. Oh, here we go. Water skins. So I was wondering why I couldn't mouse over and learn what these items were. So I was also just looking at the differences in terms of the loadout. Excuse me. So we've got water skins and plant fiber. That's missing. But I guess we got fabric with the with the lizard group. The rest, I guess, seems the same. Oh, interesting. So this implies that in the future um, there might be differences in terms of newcomers. So you have like a small number of initial villagers, but over time you grow faster. Interesting. Anyways, we decided on Pioneer, and let's see how well we do. Cycle is a vicious force of nature that Ah! All right. So, fertile grounds, glades have an increased chance of including fertile soil. Reinforced axes. Wood cutting is way easier. Woodcutter's camp production is 15% quicker. Firekeeper's secret techniques, an old manuscript detailing forgotten burning rites. Fuel burns 25% longer in hearths. Prestigious expedition. Only the best viceroys can embark on a prestigious expedition. You need to earn 4 additional reputation points to win, and reputation rewards are distributed differently. Forest mysteries, forest offerings. It seems like some inhabitants of the forest are grateful for your efforts. During drizzle, every solved dangerous or forbidden glade event will give you 30 random raw food. Oh, interesting. Huh. Untapped wealth. Gatherers have a 50% chance of collecting additional resources when harvesting resource nodes. Looming darkness. A rampaging storm stifles the spirit of all living creatures. An additional stack of this effect is added for each hostility level. Acid rain. The rain dissolves some of the resources transported to the storage. Recipes producing the building materials yield 50% fewer goods. That's once we're at hostility 3. Same with faint flames. Strong gusts of wind strike the holy flame. Resources you sacrifice in the ancient hearth burn 40% shorter. And vassal tax. During this region's location, the crown requires you to pay 5 amber each storm, multiplied by the amount of years. If you don't, impatience will grow 20% faster. Ooh, so this will actually create an interesting trade-off. So the big trade-off that I want to consider here, it's nice that I've got this bonus to my woodcutters, but as I cut the wood, the hostility is going to go up, and that's going to mean that I potentially face harder conditions. I'm also curious why I've got humans. So we've got 10 people here where I was originally expecting 8. I guess that's the newcomers they were talking about? Okay. Lots to do. Your renown grows. You can now pick one of the available blueprints that the Queen offers you. So, lumber mills can produce planks, scrolls, and a pack of trade goods. Brickyards can produce bricks, pottery, crystallized dew. And the weaver can produce fabric, training gear, and a pack of trade goods. So I'm curious if these things are going to get replaced. So we definitely need planks. Weaver seems to make a lot of sense to start off with because I don't know if we're going to get that basic construction. And I am inclined to... Like, Forger's Camp's kind of tempting, but we do have a bonus for fertile ground, so I'm going to start with the small farm. Unfortunately, we don't have any fertile ground right now, so that's going to... So one of the things... Okay, so basically one of the things I want to do to compensate for the fact that I don't have the fertile ground, I'm going to want to make sure that I build logging camps that will access as many of these glades as possible so that I can increase the chance of me being able to claim something from those. So, for starters, woodcutter camp. This will get me 2 glades. I don't think I can go any further than that. That's a dangerous glade, so that's not the done thing for starters. This will get me access to another 2. Maybe 3? No. In fact, arguably that doesn't even get me access to 2, so focus on these. Now, it's important to note that we only have 3 beavers, so there's one's going to be built faster than the others. Now, got the Stormbird nest and the root deposit. So it seems to me like I probably want to collect the meat from the Stormbird nest, so that requires the Scavenger's Camp. Oh, actually, it looks like we can collect both. Fair enough. Yeah, we don't have clay. Okay, let's just get people building, and then we can worry about the rest. I guess we don't even have orders yet. Okay, so this is my higher priority woodcutter camp, so we're going to fill that with beavers first. We're going to put... I definitely want to put lizards in here because this should still count as meat. This isn't necessarily ideal, but it's helping me clear stuff out. So first priority is to just get a direct path to these glades. We'll worry, like we will take care of. We will clear out everything that can potentially build a shelter, but right now what I want to do is try and get access to something that will allow me to build farms. Oh, apparently I've got another lizard running around. Pick a cornerstone. No one can weather the storm alone. The Queen offers you a cornerstone that will lay the foundation of your town's prosperity. Choose wisely, as you won't be able to change it. So, surprise child, gain 1 lizard for every 25 eggs produced. Tempting. Or peasant supplies. Receive 3 pack of provisions for every new villager. I think I actually like the idea of something that will increase my workforce. It's a little weird to just let one free worker kind of hang around like this, but I don't know if there's anything else I really want to be building right now. Maybe lumber mill. A crude workstation's also kind of tempting, just for those refined goods. Oh, okay. I mean, there's nothing for us really to know out of these orders, so we'll pick the first one here. The crown sends you new orders, Viceroy. Pick one and the rest will go to the other settlements. Okay, so goods sold. Sell goods worth at least 10 amber to a trader or using trade routes. Produce a pack of building materials, a pack of crops, and a pack of provisions. This improves my newcomers. It also gives me amber. So there's something... This is kind of tempting because of the perk, but I do like the idea of a larger population, so... Next up, the crown sends you new orders, Viceroy. Pick one and the rest will go to the other settlements. So have at least 6 lizards for 30 seconds. That one we can actually finish pretty quickly. So it'll get me a trapper's camp, tanning racks, and a basket of insects. But if I complete this one, I get further new arrivals. Okay, I'm gonna go all in on this goods sold. All right, the crown sends you new orders, Viceroy. Pick one and the rest will go to the other settlements. 4 newcomers, so this is very tempting. Alternatively, build scavengers camp, stonecutter camp, and bricks. So this is achievable, but okay. So I need to sell goods. I also need to make packs of provisions, packs of crops. So first question is, can I make those right now? Okay, let's just see what's going on here. Stone deposit, copper vein, fertile soil, and a small encampment. So the story here, a destroyed camp in the wilderness. There are still survivors in the area. So we need to give them vegetables, and we will gain 2 new arrivals. Well, definitely like the idea of welcoming the new people. Probably don't have the food though, so we build a farm. Okay, so that's obviously going to require a human to work. So this is a priority. Like I'm working on this right now. In fact, we're not going to go for grain. Oh, but I need planks. Oof. Yeah, this is actually a lot more complicated than I thought it was going to be. Okay, so I need to make a crude workstation. Well, a crude workstation or a lumber mill, but we don't have the bricks for the lumber mill, so I do need to make the crude workstation. Yeah, so this is kind of neat, right? So we can see scouts are idle in the small encampment. What's the deal here? Oh yeah, so get you back on woodcutting duty. So yeah, this is a neat problem, right? So we want the vegetables, but we need to build a farm. We can't build the farm until we have planks, so in order to get the planks, we have to build the crude workstation. So yeah, this is I'm liking where this is going, and I'm also feeling like I've really set myself up for a bit of a hair-raising experience as I I picked the higher difficulty. So obviously the Queen's impatience is ticking by. The hostility of the forest is going up. So I'm definitely going to want to make sure that I'm justifying the actions I'm taking. But yeah, so priority number 1, let's get 2 of those planks. After those 2 planks, we'll be able to get some vegetables so that we can increase our numbers. From that, we can try and build a trading post to satisfy some of these orders. Again, I've kind of gone all in on the trade goods, so if I don't successfully trade, I'm in deep trouble. Okay, so definitely get the human working on this. I'll actually pull back a bit. So I feel a little bad doing this because I do want to access this glade. Oh, did we not? But yeah, clearly getting the planks is the higher priority right now. Although apparently we're currently working with fibers, so let's make sure the planks are the higher ore. Okay, so simple tools. Do we have simple tools? Doesn't look like we do. And we can either keep goods or we can send to the Citadel. Now that'll give us extra reputation as well. So I'm kind of tempted to go for that reward. Surely we have the planks at this point. Gonna wait for that to complete. Okay, yeah, that tells me the storage. Okay, so we will say. So first of all, we'll force delivery. So that is so that I can get the farm built. There we go. So now they'll get that. They weren't kidding when they said that we get a lot of they weren't kidding when they said we get a lot of fertile land. A small abandoned cache. That also requires... Okay. So these ones we're gonna send to... Well, reinforced needles is actually kind of tempting. Okay, so this is one for the human, so we will... Well, wait till they finish their job first, and then we'll move into other tasks. Okay, so human gets to work on the small farm. When I get the extra human from new arrivals, that's going to be my second one for working the farm. I'm going to try and get the lizard to work on the small abandoned cache. And this one I am going to send to the Citadel. It makes me feel a little sad, but okay, and we don't have the tools for the job, so good to know, but not very helpful for me right now either. So at this point, we sort of wait, but maybe in the interim. So just so I can recall, so we need a pack of crops and provisions at some point, but goods sold is the... Okay, so trading post, which we can kind of build wherever we want. Currently don't have a worker, so let's say we'll get you working on that trading post. Again, pack of props, pack of provisions. Okay, yeah, so the makeshift post is what we need. So at some point, I'm going to deal with my people's needs, but for now, I think I want to focus on getting some of these basic buildings built. So definitely a slow start, but I think when we get our first harvest for vegetables, we'll see quite a bit of momentum. Okay, so what's the deal here? Zorg will be coming to the settlement. He may have cooked and raw food, pottery tools, as well as perks and blueprints tied to agriculture for sale. He is willing to buy packs of goods, raw food, building materials, and some crafting materials. Cool. I'm definitely not going to call immediately. Oh. I'm thinking that this... Okay. So this should be when we start planting, I think. Good, yeah. So that's... We're on track for this. Oh, new rivals, too. So, this is actually a tricky one for me, because in a sense, getting the extra beavers is kind of nice. So that we can have two proper... We can have two proper wood cutters. Alternatively, humans are good for crops. But we already have a plan for getting the extra humans. So let's go. So these people have been sent here by the crown. Which group do you want to stay, Viceroy? The other will continue on to the next settlement. So we will all take the beavers. So that frees me to boot the lizard. So again, we're improving the efficiency of the woodcutters camp, as well as freeing up other resources. So we'll take lizards to work at the crude workstation. We still got one lizard working on construction right now. Oops. Now I suspect I'm not going to get that much from this trade, but we'll see. Oh, and I forgot the cornerstone. No one can weather the storm alone. The Queen offers you a cornerstone that will lay the foundation of your town's prosperity. Choose wisely, as you won't be able to change it. So, calming the forest. Every 2 newly solved dangerous and forbidden events lower hostility by 50. That's really tempting. But strange roots spread across the land. Wood production is increased by +1, but harvesting and planting are 25% slower. Well, I definitely don't want that, so we will go for calming the forest. Now, the problem is that I do need to decide a good time to go for the dangerous glades. There isn't an obvious good time for that, to be honest. And I think at this point, I'm going to go nuts on the... on chopping things down. It's partly about clearing out territory for my shelter. Trading. Once you build a trading post, traders will visit you periodically. You can barter with them by selecting their goods and offering some of your resources in return. The bar beneath the selected goods will show you if the trader is happy with your proposal. Once the bar turns green, you can press the trade button to confirm the transaction. When there's no trader in town, you can select the trading post and find out when the next one arrives. Traders will not come during the storm. Traders can also be attacked and robbed. To do so, use the sword icon in the trade panel, but beware, this action will have severe consequences. So yeah, I don't want to rob them. Now, the makeshift post. So it says... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, pack of crops. So this is actually... given that we don't have that much of a use for the roots, I actually like the idea of being able to make pack of crops. Now the herbs, I'm going to have to think a bit about that. We could also make those out of eggs, though. Well, I don't have that many roots. I do have a lot of eggs, though. Okay, well, we only need 4, so let's go no to you. I guess I gotta go for 6 there, but yeah, why not? Sorry, it was 4 for provisions. No, hang on. I'll make 6. These might be useful for trade, so. And then we will assign a lizard to that. So one of the things I'm also going to want to work on, if I can, I need 12 simple tools. Unless I can somehow produce them on my own. Again, I'm feeling quite nervous about the Queen's impatience here. You're super sleepy, you're going to do a lurk. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you, Takri. I'm probably not going to be able to finish this tonight, but I want to see if we can at least get to a point where we fulfill a couple of orders and see how it goes. But I really like how this is developed. Like there's, I can definitely see, I can definitely see how like I would sit down and like do one level of this and all of a sudden I've got, like I'm finding myself back on the overworld a few times over, just saying, oh, just one more. All right, trader arrived, Zorg. Quartermaster of the First Dawn Company, I got everything you need, and if I don't have something, you don't need it. All right. So let's see what it's going to cost me for 12. Yeah, definitely not doing that. Okay, so they won't take wood, which is a little bit of a surprise. Oof. I don't want to give up too much of that. For some reason, I thought they said that they would take basic building supplies, but clearly not. Huh. Okay, so these things are 231 apiece. Yeah, I just don't have anything I can trade with them, really. So... if I do this... You're kidding me. That was 10 individual items, though. Okay, I want to be reluctant. I'm reluctant to sell the eggs, so if I just do insects... This is brutal. I do actually have use for amber. This is why I'm doing it this way. Do I really want to give up all my resin? Probably not. Well, that's nice. I just feel really bad about selling so much of the food. Okay, so the good news is that we have... I've definitely made problems for myself, but let's help me out with the impatience. Okay, this is definitely something that we can complete, but we get a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, I definitely prefer this one because this improves my productivity. Pack of trade goods in amber or biscuits and a human house. But it gives me a group of humans. Okay, this is going to be a tough one, but we're going to go for it. So keep in mind that I want to try and get a human house in my blueprints. And I have the favor, so... I think I'll go for the bakery. Now, this is a tougher one. Ah, hang on. So this is from nearby fields. So I can either collect them from the ground or I can plant them. And I actually think planting them might be a better call here. Oh man, but there's just so many we can pick up off the ground. Okay. I feel kind of dirty doing this, but I am actually going to take the herbalist's camp. Okay, so I should have quite a few new additions to the colony now. Not enough for... So we're still waiting on the tools and stuff like that, but I should be able to... Well, surely if what we're trying to do is... Okay, well, we'll be baking vegetables, so we'll be able to get the pack of crops. Okay, so we'll put the herbalist camp down here. So yeah, berries I would use for trade probably more than anything. So I'll put one of these down for now. We don't have vegetables yet, sadly. Oh god, but we definitely need a second human working on this. So the herbs are a bigger priority for these now. And we should still be claiming the roots. But yeah, I'm really liking the way all of these tensions sort of work. Please tell me I've got people in here. Yeah. It's like you really need to think in terms of your orders, how you're achieving the objectives, how the different buildings work with each other. I'm trying to think a little bit about how this all works. Like, so the fact that I don't know what buildings I can get is a little bit of a challenge. But I also feel like that's something that maybe I'll get with more experience. I suppose we'll find out. But yeah, I'm curious. Surely at this point we're... yeah, the villagers will eat anything if necessary, but without any food, they will starve. Build new food production buildings or assign workers to existing ones. So I am going to want to add grain to the diet. And to a certain extent, I would maybe even want to just go all grain, but I'll do both vegetables and grain. And this is because I'll have a bakery. So now, who likes biscuits? Humans like biscuits. Beavers like biscuits. I'm guessing the lizards don't. Yeah, so lizards are going to be kind of unhappy. So I will build a bakery at some point, but I want to be... I kind of want to be careful on this stuff. Okay. This may be a bit dangerous to keep producing like this. Oh wow, we really don't have any food. Yikes. And we don't have a trader. Okay, well surely, yeah, I've removed eggs as something edible. I don't know... Yeah, so the herbs can't be eaten raw. It's pretty clear on that. Maybe I don't want to be taking up the roots right now. Yeah, so the pack of crops is not going to help me. We should probably secure our food before I go too far down this path. And maybe let's not do a pack of building materials. So once we've got the vegetables, one of these humans are about to drop it into the main storage. So once we have the vegetables, we'll complete this mission. So we can take the beaver out. Oh, I actually have a surplus worker anyway. So they're going to be able to deliver the vegetables as part of the... Or they should. It might have been that I just ate all the vegetables. We've got 4, but... Okay, no. Well, it's... I'm definitely rolling the dice here, but... We're going places. Scavenger's Camp has no deposits nearby. Okay, so this one is a little bit of a worry. So I'm happy to move it, but the thing is we don't really have that much left. Like once we put this one in, once we put this one down, like that's it. We don't have any more, we don't have anything else we can really claim from that camp. So that tells me we put down another small farm here. Oh, that fits beautifully, actually. That we don't have a builder for. So this is an anticipation of getting the human that's going to work that tile. Now, if I can, I do want to get a pack of crops at some point. So again, this is going to be one of the kind of the darker periods for us. But assuming we can survive it, and in fact, in this case, I'm going to say you can do both vegetables and grain. And in fact, I'm going to switch it up a little bit. So we'll spike both the workers here. So keep skeleton crews on these. Oop. So basically just want to make sure that we've got the fields in place for the growing season. Ah, and we are potentially losing the lizards. Okay, how do I make them happy? Well, first thing I can do is build people shelter, so let's get working on that. So for population, I've got 11, 18, Jesus, so we need 6 of these. The music cues are reminding me a little bit of Off-World Trading Company. Okay, we should have... Okay, we've got a total of 3 builders running around right now. I feel not so good about that. Okay, we've got a lot of stuff to build, so maybe that's not such a bad thing. This is a little frustrating that this didn't get turned into a field. Okay, getting close to the scary place with the lizards. I could try and give them favoritism, but that'll push the beavers into a negative spot. So I'm just gonna hope that we build what we need in time. Okay, so we're gonna have lizards start leaving soon. And again, I'm hoping here that people build the shelters and that saves the colony, but... Okay, well, the arrival of the pleasant weather apparently saved us. So one of the reasons why I put the 2 humans here is because it seems like there's a lot more stuff to plant. The other thing that I want to do now is focus on the refined goods. So the bakery is going to give us biscuits, and biscuits are going to be the thing that, like, I'm going to be able to turn those grains into food that lasts me longer. Okay, we definitely want another human. Ooh, and this gives us a bunch of grain. So yeah, this is just what the doctor ordered. Okay, so replace you with a human.
Load up. Away. Oh.
So now I've got too many idle people, but also people who will be starving soon. Oop. Golden marrow. Some fossils contain valuable surprises. Gain 20 Alember for every sea marrow produced. Now we can work with that. Or well-rested workers, just the right amount. Villagers with the leisure need fulfilled have a 10% chance for double yields. Let's try that. But I'm not going to be fulfilling leisure for a while, so we're also at 1625. So we've got 18. So I need 3 more. Some of these buildings will be moving out. Some of these are permanent, so... But yeah, we don't have any food, and we're not going to be getting any food for a while, it feels like. Although I guess the biscuits will help. Okay, so a couple beavers work in the bakery. Oh no, hang on. We want lizards there because it's warm. Oh, wonderful. No, not wonderful. We need flour. Damnation. How do we get flour? Oh, this is a disaster. I thought this was going to save us, and it so obviously is not. No! No! Yeah, there's really no way I could have known that ahead of time, I don't think. Okay, no, right-clicking would have been the trick. So produced in flawless rain mill, press, provisioner, stamping mill, and supplier. So this is just because I've got idle hands right now. As far as the food situation goes, doesn't look good. Maybe that people can just eat, like, grain on its own. We'll have vegetables as well. But... yeah, I'm just trying to think. What else do we do about the food situation? Oh, I might have actually made some problems for myself in terms of accessing the remaining glades, because it's looking kind of cramped down here. I'll work it out. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're kind of just banking on being able to make enough food in time. But yeah, I definitely should have thought a bit more. Well, I mean, okay, I didn't want to make the biscuits to settle human relatives, so that wasn't completely out of left field. Um, but yeah, I've really put myself behind the eight ball on this. We can get some berries after the herbs have been picked. But I really don't know where our next meal comes from. And this woodcutter's camp has finished its usefulness, so let's move you. Okay, that's just out of range for us. I'm mildly tempted to try the dangerous glade, but I really don't think we're equipped for something like that. I also think we're desperate enough that I'm going to move this woodcutter's camp. Get a head start on the other glade. Nope, not quite enough. Almost looks like we didn't successfully plant everything. Okay, isn't eaten raw but can be processed. So let's at least turn some of those grains into packs of crops, because at least we can do the delivery. So we want ancient tablets or luxury goods. Well, let's roll the dice with the ancient tablets. Kiln and coal. God. These are tough. Okay, that's pushing us to... That's definitely pushing us to the dangerous glades. So we're going to have to confront that at some point. Yeah, these numbers are looking pretty low. I'm almost wondering... I think after we finish the packs of crops, it may not be a bad idea for us to just focus entirely on vegetables. So the more I've been playing this, the more intrigued... Like, obviously I'm getting clobbered here. I probably should have played on the easier difficulty. But, man, am I interested in what's going on. Okay, so one thing I probably want to do is get some food. I can also go for flour. Oh, actually, this is interesting. So flour's relatively cheap. So let's say, okay, we ask for all their flour. Maybe we trade some refined goods here. So we trade all our fabric. I have no idea where we got the simple tools from, but that's actually going to help us complete one of the objectives too. They are willing to accept wood, so let's actually give them as much as we can of that. In fact, if we just axe the fabric, how much wood do I need to give up to... Nice. Like, we've got an abundance of wood, so I'm pretty happy to give that up. Okay, so the flour is going to be what gets me biscuits. And I'm just trying to think how many... Well, yeah, I can also trade packs of provisions. Um, I only need 4 of them. So here's what we do. Like what I've just succeeded in doing here. So let's give up 20 of these. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab all of these things that I can use, you know, even like the herbs and the vegetables. Actually, what's the lowest cost? So 33, 33, 33. So grains I can produce on my own. Well, that's also true for vegetables, but okay. So 1730. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, I'm going to grab a calculator. So we're at 1730. They currently have 930. So we've got 8, a difference of 8. Say 2, 3. Okay, let's say that's divided by 6. Okay, so technically I can get 4 of each, but 4 of each doesn't sound all that exciting, so... I probably should double down on something that I can bake with. Well, we have a lot more wood. Now let's stick with what we've got there. Oh yeah, I also have amber that I can give up. Okay. Does anybody want pie? Okay, no, lizards eat pie. It actually also okay, so it takes up less flour but more herbs. We'll let the market sort it out. Also, we're going to give up a pack of provisions for now. Also, if we've got simple tools, so we've got 6 simple tools, so this will get me reinforced needles and machinery. No, sorry, it gets me the Queen's Grace and an amber pouch. Okay, this actually also gets me something I really need, but we've already picked. Yeah, so the good news here is that all of the stuff that we're producing out of this we get 10 biscuits, 10 pies out of this, so this will definitely give us some mileage as far as our food is concerned. But there's a limit to the herbs that we're getting, and eventually the flour is going to run out, so I can't rely on that forever, but it gets me it gets me a little bit more time in this world. And I suppose in a pinch, I can try and trade more wood. Maybe, I mean, that is kind of tempting, I suppose. Like, what would it cost me to empty out the... It's a lot of wood. I feel like I probably went too far on the herbs, but that'll at least give me maximum pies and biscuits. Okay, mission accomplished. Okay, scavengers camp. I don't think there's anything for them to work with right now. Which means I either build another camp. Do I have a foragers camp? No. I already have an herbalist camp, so I think we just wind up moving that. I'll keep this around, but that's more so in the hope that some of this work's gonna turn up something useful. Trying to decide if we go into the next period. I am a little worried about the fact that we don't seem to be producing anything yet. Okay, nope, we're good. We're delivering. And the storm is coming. Oh, hang on. This might save my bacon. Okay, so the smokehouse... Oh, hold on. Hallelujah. Okay, we have the provisioner. We are going... We now have a proper production line. Okay, so with the provisioner, we're going to turn grain into flour. Well, sorry, we still need a source of herbs, so we're still not... Well, okay, hang on. We can use berries as well. Okay, so we do still need... This is... okay, so not building the herb garden was actually a big mistake on my part, but... I think I'm going to go down the path of continuing to make vegetables and grains. And the good news here is that with the provisioner, we are going to be able to make flour. Which, as long as the herbs hold out, or berries, that's going to keep us in... That's going to keep us in biscuits and pies. Okay, so we can move these guys to Berryland. Which also means I can probably afford to move the woodcutters camp. I feel a little bad doing this move already, but I don't know, this works for me. I also think at this point, let's, like, I think we want to focus on unlocking some groves, so I'm going to be a little more selective in where I cut. Obviously we need the wood as well, but in this case I'm happy to humans working pretty much everywhere I need them. Yeah, I guess for now we wind up having some idle people. Oh, also, we need more shelter. So the good news is we're at least not... we're not in the same kind of danger of going into the negative numbers for our resolve. It'll be close, but I think we're going to be able to see it through. And then the hope is that we're going to be able to get a little bit more. Okay, what's the story here? We need tools. I probably... Yeah, we'd send that to the Citadel. Of course, we don't have the gear. Doesn't really help me. Wow, we're already out of... What? Good lord. Maybe we just go all grain. It doesn't feel like that... Yeah, so the problem here is, like, the vegetable... There's an appeal for the vegetables because that's something we can eat. Whereas the grain is something that I need to refine into something that I... also, I feel like I might have messed up the entrance for the bakery. Well, I can't move it, nor can I move the provisioner, so... yeah, we'll see. Oh, we've done advanced farming. Oh, hang on. Now I know why. That was my bad. Okay, well, kind of a good news, bad news story. We fulfilled an objective. Definitely need human house, because that's one of our goals. Now, farmland is probably something I really need. Yeah, we'll bring these ones in. The cost of knowledge can be very high. Ancient Pact. The cost of knowledge can be very high. You can see the continent of undiscovered glades, but discovering dangerous or forbidden glades kills one village. No. Relatives of your villages send gifts for treating their family members well. Get 40 water skins for every full reputation point obtained through high resolve. If anything, I just don't want to lose villagers to the curse. So, yeah. An interesting interesting situation. We are fulfilling objectives. I am going to want to... Well, I guess at this point I wind up making human homes. So I need 5. Yeah, this is a really, really interesting game. I am going to have to leave it at this point. Oh, actually, I need to build 6 human houses to fulfill the objective, so even if I don't need them... Like, even if I don't need them for occupancy, it's nice to have. But yeah, so assuming that I'm able to get my food situation under control, that's a big if, by the way. So human relatives, I suspect we're going to be able to fulfill one way or another. lost knowledge in archaeology is a big open question. To be honest, if I can just deliver one more and get a way of growing herbs, that sort of sees me through to the end. Um, but again, that's a lot of ifs. Another thing that I might be able to hope for is somehow obtaining some more tools. So obtaining the tools would allow me to... so again, I'm banking on getting 12 of these, basically. Basically, assuming that I'm able to get 12 simple tools, that will get me another level that I can send to the Citadel. The other thing that I can try and work towards is making the lizards happy. Making the lizards happy will get me reputation for the resolve. It's also possible that that will happen with the humans, given that we're building them sort of luxury dwellings. The other thing is that we've got 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, we've got a lot of people currently unemployed, so I should probably be building a bunch of crude workstations. Could do a rain collector as well. Well, lumber mill actually probably makes a little more sense, making the... Yeah, like there's a lot of high quality, but I think one thing that So, looking back on all of this, it's very clear to me, and again, this is something I'm actually really liking about the game. I'm appreciating now that the fact that I'm not given all of the blueprints in advance, or like I don't know what the blueprints are in advance, that gives me a really good reason to spend a lot of time building these refined goods. So like one of the simplest things that I have here, I know I'm going to be generating a lot of wood. And I sold a lot of wood because I... that was available. But if you go to the history of economics, right, this idea of mercantilism, the thing that Adam Smith was sort of really fighting against when he wrote an inquiry concerning the God, I can't remember the full name. You know what, I'll look it up. It's commonly abbreviated as Wealth of Nations, but it's actually a much longer title. I'm pretty sure it's something inquiry concerning nature and causes. So an inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations, also known as the Wealth of Nations. But yeah, so basically there was this style, and by the way, this is still an argument you'll hear nowadays, but the idea is that what you want to do is you want to put tariffs and restrictions on your country's trade so that you are importing, if you have to import at all, you are importing raw goods, and when you are exporting refined goods, things with a lot of added value in them. And what this does is this will produce kind of like a nice, sum of money in your treasury. And so particularly also nations that were strong were the ones who were able to sort of impose these favorable terms for themselves. And the weaker nations were ones who just kind of had to suffer, whatever they wanted. Now, one of the insights that you might take from that is to say, well, money's all well and good, and I suppose this is, one of the ways that they sort of financed all of the wars that they were going on with. But the reason why we get money is so we can have, the goods and services that we want. And, if I've given you money and you've given me these refined goods in exchange, and, seems to me like I've gotten the better part of the deal, right? If I have a nice chair and my option was to sit on coins, I'll prefer to sit on the chair, thank you very much. That's obviously a really simplified way of looking at things. Actually, it was I believe it was Colbert who who was responsible for that, and he was also responsible for some of the policies governing the shaping of Canada. But anyways, the the reason why I'm going on this digression is that, like, think of that trade that I did before, where I basically just gave them logs. Well, I've had the access to the sawmill for a really long time, and I've had idle workers kicking around. So if I'd spent the time processing those logs into planks, I could have sold those for a much higher value and have gotten more food or gotten more herbs. Well, no, I guess I kind of cleaned them out there. But you get the idea, right? There's a number of different things that I could have used to make the trade work a little bit more in my favor. So, I'm very pleasantly surprised. Like, again, I'm definitely feeling like I did not do myself any favors by going aggressive on the difficulty. I definitely felt like I was sort of ready to really show this game who is boss after the tutorials, and it's really clear there's a lot of depth to this that I didn't appreciate. I'm also definitely learning to look at the full production line because that bakery incident was a bit embarrassing. But yeah, we'll see whether or not I can pull this off. I kind of doubt that my existing farming is really going to be able to see me through to the end. But we'll see, and give it a little while with the berries, and we'll see whether or not we can make enough bread. But yeah, we'll save and quit. Thank you again to Hooded Horse for sending this key out. I'm very pleasantly surprised by this. I didn't go in with like low expectations. It's very different from what I was expecting, but pleasantly so. So this game will be coming out on Steam on November the 1st. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play it between now and that release, but if you like city builders, particularly if you like sort of trading, and I don't know, there's a few different angles on this that I think that you can run with. So I'm hoping this is something that will appeal to some of you. I definitely feel like, so I kind of want to say that this fits in the same bucket as Industries of Titan, but not because this game is like Industries of Titan. It just scratches the same itch that Titan does for me. So I'm really looking forward to spending some more time with this, although again, I'm going to have to balance this off against... so just a quick reminder of everything I have on my plate. So I still want to get back to Imperiums at some point. Monday is definitely something I'm doing. I'm definitely continuing Terra Invicta for that. I do want to get back to Old World at some point, and I'd love to do Clanfolk again. Like, it's not that I wasn't interested in Clanfolk. It just happens to be that was released at a time that I was covering other stuff. So as far as Friday is concerned, that's 3 or 4 games already spoken for, plus all the other stuff that I want to do. But I can definitely see myself spending some time with Against the Storm, and I've definitely learned. Like on Monday, I wanted something a little more relaxing, so I was happy to change it up. And that's not going to be the only time that I do that. So, in any case, thank you everybody for watching. I will do my best to figure out how Against the Storm is going to work into the overall schedule. Twitter is usually the best place for me announcing that sort of stuff. Otherwise, if you follow the channel, it already tells you what I'm playing when I hop on. But again, thank you to Hooded Horse for sending me that key. Before I lose the rest of you, I'm going to raid Outworld again. Outworld had a month off. He's now a homeowner. And he is doing more Mortal Kombat. For those of you who haven't seen him before, he is a world record holder for a few Mortal Kombat games. partnered streamer, somebody I've known for a really long time on Twitch, and I don't know. He's definitely somebody who I'm really happy to see him back. I will also let you know that Tiberiosity is streaming Cyberpunk 2077. Valiant Cheese is just chatting. And actually, No Virtue has been really killing it with Victoria 3, but honestly, not interested. Definitely, I don't want to. I want to support No Virtue. I do not have any interest in supporting Paradox anymore. So we'll figure out a way to host No Virtue. They don't need the extra attention right now. They've been doing really, really well with Victoria 3, so I'll wait till they're doing something that they do very well and don't get the proper recognition for. I really like watching Cooks Are Delicious, actually. In any case, and Glem says, Ivy's04 says, we're going into winter, there should be room for some lower energy games. Yes, although hopefully, I don't know. I don't want to make Storm, sorry, Against the Storm sound like it's boring. Low energy sounds like it's boring, but I know what you mean. But yeah, we'll figure it all out. Thank you everybody for watching. Please enjoy Outworld. We'll see you all Monday. Take care.